Hello guys, I think now it's good. Like usual stuff, the OBS just won't connect. It says invalid IP address, yeah. So standard stuff like always, it just has to be like that, but I think now we fix it. So sorry for being a little late, but I think it will be actually good now. Tell me if you hear me good, if the sound is good. I can maybe lower the desktop audio like this, let's say, and put the microphone like this maybe. So just tell me if the sound is good. I think it just have to be good now. We have the new headset. When I made the Poker Strategy series, they told me your headset's not good. I bought myself a new one. It's one of the best by the reviews, so it should be good. It should be good. You're gonna tell me if that's correct or not. 3 4 5 3 4 jack. We can start with a bet 1/3, or we can check. Think it's both is fine. This guy doesn't fold. This is big one versus small one. He doesn't fold anything. So he will be continuing hands like king 9, queen 9, king 10, 9 10. All of this stuff this guy will not gonna be folding. This 5 is actually connected to his calling range very well. We're gonna do a lot of checking here. He has 6 7 off that we don't have ever. He has deuce 6 suited that we shouldn't be opening, but I am opening it, so we are same in that. He has ace deuce off, which we shouldn't be opening, but yep, we are actually opening it. So basically it is around the same, and he's a little bit polarized now, and not little bit but quite a bit. We have a clear call with our hand. Clear call. Okay, we're gonna open this. We're actually always calling the river because he's gonna float a lot. Hands like queen 7, queen 6 with the backdoor draws. And he's gonna have like hand like king, queen deuce of diamond, or queen deuce of clubs. So he's gonna have some straights, but actually we are always calling the river here. He has the pocket fours, which is okay. On the river, we can bet 1/3, or we can bet big. That are only two options, and 1/3 is where we back hand like a queen jack with a heart, with a block bet. And I think a lot of our range actually wants to be block betting the river, so I'm going to just block bet with my flush. All of the jack x hand like want to block bet the river, and he's gonna have like a lot of these 8x hands that he actually floated. So yep. Tell me just if sound is good and everything else is okay. 7 8 we're gonna be calling pretty much always, and soon we will find fifth table. Actually, we found it already. I'm just gonna leave this one because 4 is the limit on PokerStars. I still feel that sound is maybe a little too much. Okay. Small versus button 3 max. We have ace 10 on 10 for 8. We're gonna do big size. Only two sizes are here, and it's 66 and 82. With the ace 10, I'm going with the bigger size. We're gonna 3-bet on the table number 1. We're betting ace king here all pretty much always. We're betting king queen a lot. And ace 10 we put also in the big size because ace 10 won't immediately go all in on the flop. Immediately. So definitely we want to go all in on the flop. Yep. 7 jack we're gonna be folding. And when it's the case like this, that actually we want to go We want to go all in immediately. Still not good, not so good. Not good. Sound not good. Let's try to fix it then. Is it now better? It should be good now, guys. 100%. Maybe even more, like 200%. Must be good. Doubt it like. Hey Marco, how is going? It's going really nice, guys. I feel great. I'm gonna try to do this more often. I'm gonna try to make more content. I'm finally home in my hometown, feeling great. Love to play poker, enjoy the game. So yeah, everything is really good for me. How is going for you? Uh, are you ready for a good session? Immediately we start with facing a donk on the board where we shouldn't be facing a donk, actually. We can overbet here, we can bet normal size. Against this guy, actually, I'm just gonna bet normal size on the turn and I'm gonna bluff the river. If the club doesn't get there, yeah, we're gonna just be bluffing the river here. Um, with the big size. He's gonna call a lot of 10x plus draw hands. He's gonna have not flush draw in the range. He actually overfolds the river quite heavily, and yeah, our hand is just actually just we're gonna check back, and we're gonna be betting big on the river. He has the perfect hand to be calling. There's no way we're gonna fold king queen there. But I want to fold hand like a jack x, hand like a jack 9, hand like a 9 10 or queen 10. Even maybe that's ambitious. Going to be betting big on the river. We have monster advantage in the term of full houses with the queen x. We are checking back them always on the turn. We are always calling on the flop. So yeah, pretty nice river for a range. And when it's great river for a range, we're going to be bluffing. Also, turning hands into bluff on this river. All of that is good. I didn't see that I have actually here. Um, we I don't think we can check call, but we can check raise. We don't have the blocker, but doesn't matter. When when they check back this type of flop, often they will not gonna have flush draws. So yeah. Usually when you check back with a lot of flush draw on the board, that's actually bad for your range and you protect your range. But if you check back on the board, that's actually great for your range. You're gonna be betting most of the flush draw there. Not the greatest spot, but we have to just call 4-bet. We don't have a call 3-bet range. We will call fold to shove, which I think it's the way to go. Call, fold to shove, and just normal size 2/3 on the river. We are not having that much floats. We want to bet king 9, king 8, and hands like that. So definitely, yeah, 2/3 is the size our range wants to be using. Uh, Call 4, fold to shove, pretty standard. Jacks are too good when the button isolate. 3-bet weaker player. Yeah. I still feel that the sound is a little too. Just let me see if I can just lower it down. Yeah, no, I can't. Tell me if the sound is good, guys. So if I can just lower it a bit, maybe it would be better for me. But yeah, I can do it. Ace Jack on the button. We are starting with the open. So what we can expect today? Uh, I'm in the mood to play, so I can expect a long session full of good things, full of good plays. I hope so. Hope we don't spew a lot, but it's also possibility. I will not run from it. It's always possibility with us and the way we are playing. So yeah, I would always try to give a reason why if I'm making some weird play, why I did it. Okay, so you can follow it. Uh, we're just gonna be betting, of course, with Queen Jack now. When it's check check, the river is like quite bad because fours and threes will be in his range, but his range is gonna be wide. He's gonna have hands like ace nine here, and actually we're gonna have also fours and fives. So yep, we're gonna just be betting big on the river. We're gonna have also pocket threes that we bet for value slash protection. So I'm not worried that we don't have a good bluff opportunity. We have. Marco, do you never play on iPoker now? Uh, I was in Germany for 4.5 months, and on Germany, unfortunately, my site where I usually play iPoker has banned. It's illegal in the Germany. I play on Red Star Poker, and I unfortunately I couldn't play there. Uh, but yep, I plan to play actually when the Sunday tournament pass. I'm gonna be playing there. I'm gonna play iPoker because I have the rake back around 50% there. Yep. And on PokerStars, they don't give me anything anymore. They just say, okay, you don't need rake back. And I said, okay, I will just go then play on iPoker. I enjoy Stars, has the best software. Everything is the best on Stars, but yeah, you just can't. They now don't even give me the challenge anymore, which was for me 10%, for everybody else 30 to 40%. I don't get it now at all, so basically I don't have anything now. Yep, so I'll just be on iPoker because it's gonna be monthly when I play on 400 there. It's gonna be monthly around. It's gonna be monthly around like 8 to 9K, just pure rakeback, and I'm just throwing that money away if I don't play on iPoker because Stars has everything, in my opinion, the best. Everything is uh, from software to security, everything. There is no this disgusting. This guy called Stribets. He's gonna have a lot of pocket pairs, hands like sixes, eights, nines. We have a lot of equity. We have a lot of Jack X hands like Ace Jack off, King Jack suited. We bet for protection, but now when this come, I don't think we rep that much anymore. And he's gonna have actually probably in the range sixes and hence like low pocket pairs, which he shouldn't be having, but people still do cold three bet. So I would guess he has pocket nines, but we'll see. Ace queen. Wow, that's a surprise. Oh, 125 now. We're gonna do 12.5. Our range is polarized. We use a bigger size. Actually, iPoker I really like. It has also good software in my opinion, but the really bad and downside to it is we're gonna go for a check raise. Again, what I usually see, cold call range consists a lot of pocket pairs, guys. A lot of pocket pairs, a lot of eights, a lot of Broadway off like ace queen, a lot of hands like pocket five, and I'm just gonna be jamming here. Like we just can't raise 38 and fall to shove, so we just go with shove immediately and just take his pocket eights, pocket fives, whatever he has, uh, or like fold him out of the king queen, which is actually good for us. We don't want to give free turns, and our hand is actually always good in this spot. And we will mark the guy as the weaker player. He shouldn't be ever cold calling a three bet. It's something that is forbidden in like all the normal games. Shouldn't be doing it ever. So actually, I would just be checking a lot on the flop because their ranges are quite. I don't know. We will see pocket fours. We'll see ace queen. I see like pocket sixes to eights all the time. Cold calling a tribute with weaker players. So yep, something it shouldn't be happening, but it happens, and it's hard to range them because some of them call Jack 10 suited. You don't ever know. We're gonna find one more table. I'm in the wait list for like a lot of tables, but a lot of action last days. The action is all the time. Okay, let's do it like this. Okay, we'll put also 500 there on the Croatian poker side called the Super Sport Poker because we just have the free table there. So yeah, one NL 500. Everything else is everything else is everything else is NL 200 on stars. So yep, we're gonna have mixed today. On Croatian poker site, you're gonna see crazy action, yep, and I don't understand this at all. Like, we are basically wrapping a straight on the turn, and the guy raises. He has the straight always. Uh, I just don't see even value in betting this. So just a really bad play. I mean, he's raising 6x. What are we calling with? So yeah, real bad play. But yeah, things will happen. We're just gonna turn the sound there. 5-6. Let's get into the range. I want to know. I want to just get all in the range, like a Range Rover. We're gonna be just thinking about the range, how our range is affected on the turn, on the river, pre-flop range. Like in poker, everything is range versus range interaction. It's always starts from that. King Queen 8 board where I expect 1/3 a lot. Yep, and our hand is actually always fold. We're gonna be opening smaller versus big blind against a pretty wild player. 50-34, really aggressive generally. We're gonna start with a 4 bet. The guy will not fold to a 4 bet ever. Our size will be like 165. I think it's fine. The guy 3 bets 21%. He's not falling to 4 bets. His 4 bet calling range is wild. The guy is just wild. We played a lot. He's not gonna ever be folding. We're gonna start with basically 1/4 or 20%. Let's go 65. So we can see here king queen, we can see ace queen off, we can see 9-10 suited, ace 5 suited. Yeah, this guy will just have everything there. He can even have hand like a 7x, like a 6-7 suited, 7-8. I think the only size is the shove. He's gonna have 8s, 9s. Actually, he's gonna have pocket 5s. That's gonna call the flop. This guy is not fold happy. We can check on the turn, but yep. We also have can like a king queen here and can like a queen 10 suited. So I would shove like king queen always because I block his ace queen. He's gonna shove all his ace king. So actually I like to be shoving on the turn. He will also not gonna raise the flop with a hand like a king jack or queen jack the way he plays. He's not gonna have the raising range on the flop. So yeah. But I still feel that it's better to shove on the turn. Because the turn is really favorizing our range, and when something is favorizing our range, we're gonna be actually then betting a bunch or shoving a bunch. Okay, ace 10 we're gonna call. What is the reason that you don't get Rayback on stars? Yep, they cut down on Rayback from I don't know what reason before a few months, and after that, like they just I get these chests, but challenge now that I just can't fulfill the challenge anymore. I had challenge like it was I think $300, $350 monthly, and now they even turn out that. So yeah, here on the turn we can go polarized and or bet turn. I think it's fine. A guy folds a lot on the turn also, so yeah, we can just use it in the normal size also. The guy is betting us. The guy is also not that great. Reg is, I would say, on the spewy side from what I played with him. And we see 12%. 12% would be 8s plus ace jack. He's gonna bet range here, which is actually really bad strategy, but he's using it always. He bets basically range on most of the boards. Versus hero is 90%. So yeah. Uh, from what I know about him, he would definitely bet turn. He would bet the flop with hands like jacks and queens, bigger size and kings probably. So yeah, he has like aces, and hands really strong like eights and nines, and some hands like 9-10 suited, let's say, or king 9 suited or stuff like that. We can actually also jam here, which I don't mind. His double barrel is mergy. We can call, we can jam. Think it's okay. But this, like, it's really high equity combo draw, both like flush draw and open ender straight draw. So yep, I would just be calling that and like shoving king queen. And on the river, I mean, the problem here is that the guy will actually be uh, checking like the hand like a jack X always. He's not gonna shove a hand like king jack on the river, and I'm just gonna check back with the ace 10. He's gonna have ace queen, which is like gross because we will lose from the ace queen. But yes, we're still not gonna bluff with this when we have uh, when we have also hand like an ace five, uh, ace five of diamonds, king queen of diamonds, which I would shove sometimes also on the turn. But yeah, this is actually is you see he bet king jack on the 4-8-9. He's just really bad in my opinion. He will bet range on all of these spots, and on the turn he will actually bet all the jack X and he will check it on the river, which actually is a really obvious strategy. I would shove king jack on the river always because I will bluff here ace queen, I will bluff some of the ace king, I will bluff all the king queens. And if you're checking that when he shoves, he's actually bluffing a bunch. So yeah, but our hand actually, we have the perfect combo draw on the turn, and yeah, we didn't get it, but it's fine. It's fine. It is fine. 3-9 suited is a call. Deuce 5-5, we're gonna be folding to a bet. Even like 1/3, we can float with the backdoors there. When we think about our 10x floats, it's like queen 10, king 10, and ace 10. I'm just gonna go with the check back and try to rep the river with hands like a pocket sixes, let's say pocket fours. And if he checks, I would just be bluffing in that line. Because when the 10x hits, we can just still check back hands like a threes, like a fours, like a sixes, hand like a deuce X. And when he checks the river, I would just really bet my sixes, my pocket fours also. So yeah, on the river we are just gonna be folding. And yep, just to conclude this on the stars, actually asked them why I don't get any more the challenge box, and they just didn't like tell me nothing. I asked them, can I get back like it was before? No. Uh, so every time basically I play around 35,000 points, that's worth of $500 to $550 if they are giving 10%, which I did get before. So it just goes into the water. Nothing. Because I don't think, I mean, stars actually don't care about winning players that much. So we're actually gonna call 8-9 suited, playing multi-way because this guy is not folding. He's called. This is called from small blind. So he basically has on the small blind hand like an ace 5 off, ace 4 off, ace 7 off, and you just want to play multi-way with suited connectors. Not that bad. You're in position. You're gonna play. So really good spot. Uh, this guy bets actually in a multi-way, which is something that shouldn't be happening very often. When you're betting in two regs on the 3-9-10, that's actually not good. I would say that's like always an overpair. I would say that's like always an overpair. I would just go and bet the overbet on the river. Because if he's like betting queen jack, he's gonna on the flop he's gonna bet it on the turn for sure. So I would say that he's gonna have often hands like a queens. That's actually a really good bluff catcher to our overbet. And this guy calls us really lightly, so yeah, we're gonna be called a lot. Did we correct jacks or queens? Let me see what he had. Queens, okay. One third, guys. Queen deuce eight. A lot of one third. 70% we're betting. Unfortunately, here we're not going to have many fold equity on the flop because he should be floating us like really with hand like an ace 10, ace jack, king jack. It's not folds on the flop at all. It's always calling on the flop. So yeah, pocket pairs are calling, so we're gonna basically fold out some king 9 hands, some lower a6 suited hands with a6 a7 suited. Basically we're folding out stuff like that, so not that great of the spot. Also our ace jack is a standard bet on the flop. We're actually bluffing on some turns, but preferred bluffs are lower ace-x hands because here it's in this spot is actually important to block ace queen, and we are bluffing hands like ace 5 suited, ace 6 suited, and on the turn we are basically bluff on the 9 10 king with our ace jack, and all the others are mainly going to be checking, and we are bluffing the worst ace x hands, which is what GTO says. 1/4 standard bet on this, and on the turn we're gonna start again with one third. Now we got a lot of value from hands like pocket sevens with a heart, can like a king 10 with a heart, and actually when players donk the river in this spot, and they would just need to turn the hand into bluff hand like a king 10 or king jack without the hearts, or hand like a queen jack without the hearts, and actually that's not that common that people are doing. This guy opens really tight, 23-8. I'm gonna just be calling ace jack and checking better. We can bet our bottom pairs. It's really nice bet. If this guy is like not 88-6, then it's really important to block bottom set, and we can just bluff on many turns and rivers. But against these two guys, I'm just gonna be checking most of the time, give upping. You need to give up sometimes, and yep, that's it. Ace 8 actually is falling to this size. We can call on from 2.5 to 7.5. It's not a 4 bet, and yeah, it's mainly a fold. Let's say around like 14% of range, Jack 9 suited. Yeah. To this size, it's a fold. To 7.5 is a call, so we're just gonna be doing it. And yep, I don't have many hands with this guy. We played mainly like last few days, and I don't even have any reads. I write reads. I actually have two reads. Okay. First read. He three bets me queen queen. Board was big button versus MP 3-7-10 two tone. He c bets one third. We check raise 2.5, and he immediately min three bets the flop. So when somebody immediately min three bets the flops, that means with their overpraise, that means when they are calling, the range is really weak, and I always then put pressure when they are just calling, because yep, he should actually call most of the overpairs on my check raise. So even Queens has merits to go with a three bet, but actually he wants to do a lot of calling with kings and aces, and I felt that this guy would be always three betting on the flop with their all pairs. And then we have one more read. He calls three bet cutoff versus big blind with the ace queen. The board is ace deuce five, calls one third, and turn was a queen. And I bet half of the pot, and he immediately goes to shove. So when we see people like that actually are shoving two pairs on double barrel and three bet pots, we're gonna attack them heavily on the rivers, because when they're shoving two pairs, what are they calling the turn with? They're gonna be capped with the top pairs, middle pairs, with the draws, and you need to heavily attack those players. Don't like this pot. Multi-way, we are faced with a pot, we just have to be calling. We are still in front of the bluffs, hence like a jack 9 suited, but when the weaker player just pots, usually weaker players when or fish players or whale players, however you call them. Usually when they bet big size, they have a big hand. They just play like that. So yeah, not the greatest spot. Just gonna be folding. Ace King opening on UTG. We are facing with the call on the button. If I'm with the Rex, we even on this board we are actually betting only around 15 to 20% of range, so you can just check range multi-way. But in this situation, because we have the weaker player on the big blind, we're actually going to be betting 1/3. Button still has a lot of ace queen offs in the range that is calling. And yeah, what is he calling there? He has some hands like a queen jack, king queen suited, maybe some king 10 suited because big blind is a whale player. Probably because he's short and yeah, I never saw him before. Yeah, queen deuce is a call to 2.2. Turn we're actually gonna be checking, I would say, because this guy can easily have an ace jack off, and now he actually reps a better hand than we have. He's not betting ace 10 with this size ever in a multi-way, so we're gonna be bluff catching, and we are actually catching bluffs from hands like a fours or fives or hand like a queen 10 suited or jack 10 or king jack suited, turning into bluff. So usually not that great spot to be in. Calling the turn. And against this guy, against his triple, I'm just gonna fold the river with the queen deuce. Even the queen deuce is actually a really good call. It's better than queen 9, it's better than queen 8, it's better than even queen jack. And on the river at 3 on the table number 4, we just get run into it because I mean, guy has aggressive stats, and we have a bluff catcher basically, and it was a multi-way pot, and we don't have information of the guys. And this is like, I mean, all of his river bets with this size were actually nuts. Uh, Hello, Ivan. I didn't hear from you for a really long time. Nice to hear you, man. How are you? Magic Coin says you're wearing a hood. Are you cold or because it's image? Yes, I'm cold because Russia has turned out the gas. I'm just freezing out, guys. Freezing out. There's no gas. Russia turned everything. Yeah, you know what? You know how it is. Trying to warm myself up. So please don't take that as an insult. Just call, guys, and it's my way to to be warming up. 4, 5, 6. I start with 1/3. It's connected board. Actually, this board prefers a bigger size. On the king X, we're actually betting the turn. We're against the weaker players, so yeah. Definitely calling the turn, donking the river on 6 on because we have a heavily advantage when the straight gets there. So if the river is 6, 8, um, 7, 9, I can just actually donk because we have more 9x. This guy doesn't open anything, so he's not gonna have any 9x or 7x. Not he's not gonna have any straights. We just be calling there with this defensive bet on the turn. So yeah, our bet was really nice, but unfortunately, yeah. And suddenly our bet on the river, you see, like this is when people don't. I mean, I don't understand this. He's now polarizing himself. He still has jacks that actually wants to bet always. He still has ace 9, queen 9 that can actually bet always. Pocket tens, pocket jacks, pocket queens. Hand like a king 10 of or king jack of diamonds. Why you go with an orbit now? Doesn't have much sense. Because of the image magic, I don't know what would be that image like. Drifter, image of the drifter, not the image I want. But yeah, it can have parallels. We actually have one good table also, but I don't know where to put it. I would need to leave Super Sport. Yeah, we see really nice table. We have knit here, fish there, and also whale there. I'm gonna be three betting king queen off. What I'm gonna do? I still want to play Super Sport to show you the Super Sport poker. So yeah, I just have to leave this table. Unfortunately, my heart hurts, but yeah, we are falling to 4 bet. Uh, I'm tributing like not all the king queen offs against the button, but this against the UTG, but this guy opens 23%, so it's much more than the GTO. GTO is 70.8%. Uh, Around you can go to 21. I go 21, and this guy is like 24, so it's even more than me, and he's gonna have a bunch of hands like king 10 off, queen 10 off, ace 10 off. It's not gonna be good to play against a 3-bet. So yeah, we're gonna be calling because the big blind is 50-34. This is a multi-way pop-up. The guy doesn't fold anything in the multi-way. 6-8 off is good for him. Ace deuce off is good for him. 4-5 off is also good for him. So pocket fours actually like to play against this type of guy. Yeah, some of you guys I didn't hear for a long time. Like Ivan played also on this site Super Sports Poker, so he knows the players. I would say he basically knows everybody here, maybe except this guy because he played way before and he's the tournament player. So yep, I think that's the reason. And this is Matteo is actually Arigold, so he changed his nickname. We have one shorter player, which I usually don't like because if I have a hand or if I have a bluff, I want a full stack, I want a full fold equity, I want a full value. But when somebody is short, you don't get anything. You don't get value. You don't have full fold equity. So yeah, Queen 7 off. We're going to be folding 8-10 off. Usually I would call, but against 43% guy, not that great. But let's still we can still call. Usually my ranges are a little more wider than the GTO ones, but I think it's fine. You can do it. It's not that. For example, when you trip it like small blind versus button, 20%. It's not that difference between like 18 or 17 or 20. So I think you can make it work. So if you're like calling on the button versus big blind, if you're having like a range of around 50%, like 16% distributing, else is calling, it's fine also because GTO folds hands like a 5-9 suited and hands like that. I'm gonna actually fold here deuces. But like that's really small difference in the vacuum between EV of these hands. So actually, many of them will actually be zero EV. And if it's something zero EV, if you're having edge on the players, you can make it plus CV, and you also have the board coverage. People don't understand board coverage. Board coverage is like crucial when you're playing, for example, deep, and when you're playing thin opponents because you're gonna have really a lot of things you can rep actually. And if you don't have board coverage, you will not gonna be repping much on many runouts. I'm gonna be calling the turn. He reps basically 7x. You don't even have money for gas. Yeah, you know, when downswing gets you, downswing just gets you. And the gas is expensive, man. Gas is really expensive. I don't know what is he repping now. Actually, we block 7-8, which is nice, but like I said, his river regression is zero for now. Uh, Against the weaker players, usually when they bet big, they have the hand. Until we know else, we're just gonna stick to this mantra. When they call, they have. When they bet big, they have a big hand. When they are betting smaller size, they usually are bluffing or really betting something weaker. But mainly they are like really bet size connected. Big hand, big size. Ace 10 7, we're just going to be checking pocket eights, which I don't think they actually want to be betting. Worst hands are not gonna call that much, and we're gonna get these four flush run out, and we're gonna just be checking the hand. You don't want to bet pocket eights there, or pockets nines actually, and this board's favorizing the big size. And when it's bigger size, you're gonna go 82% or check, and we're gonna bet 82% or check. Eights just doesn't have like any sense to be in a bet range. 10-9-9 against a weaker player. I always like check these boards because a weaker player will be having hands like a queen nine off, and we're not gonna be opening that much. So we're gonna be basically even don't have any 9x off. We don't have ace nine. So basically, we are really having the trips disadvantage. So yep, I will actually now be starting with the bigger bet. I can go with an overbet when he checks or bigger bet. I will just use this so I can bet hand like Jack 10. I can still bet my all over pairs. I can bet over pairs without a heart. So actually I want to be betting quite a lot. On the river, just think about hands that we have Jack 10 with or Queen 10 with a heart, or our bluff like an ace jack with the jack of hearts. So we still want to be in a normal size, and we're gonna be uh, ace 9 is a big bet, at least 66%. Okay, Ivan says he only knows Panzer, he didn't play with our guys. Yes, actually this guy is one of the best tournament players in Croatia. He is actually coach for the BBZ, for the Jordan. How is his BBZ coaching? BBZ is Big Bluff Zins. So Jordan something, and this guy is their head coach. His name is Ivan Banic, uh, one of the best tournament players in Europe. Actually, we played really a lot. I played with him. This is the sample I only have with the breakthrough, but we played like really a lot. We played for years together, and yeah, he's not that good in cash like he is on the tournament. He's way better in tournament. But yeah, that's always the thing when you're facing the tournament players, they are just a lot better in tournaments, not in cash. And interesting hand, Panzer shoves, economists will be folding. I would bet the economists will be folding. Uh, Ace King, not gonna be good very often. We're faced with the 3 bet around 20% against us is 9.5. We're gonna go 24.5. Fast call. He's gonna be calling hands like sevens, eights, nines, tens. Jacks should be mainly shoving it. So we're afraid of eights. He doesn't have two pair in the range. We're gonna go like this 9.9.2, 9.2. Okay, 20% bet with all of our range seems nice. Our bluffs are ace jack off. We have them all. And we also have the we have the ace jack off, we have the king jack off, so a lot of king jack. We have the king queen off in the range. So actually on this turn, yep, we are afraid of pocket tens, but he's gonna still have pocket nines there. He should be having also a lot of suited connectors. So actually on the turn, we're just gonna be betting a little bit bigger like this. So now we want to multifold equity. Still nine's gonna be never be folding. He's gonna float king queen with backdoors always on the flop. He's gonna be having, yeah, this river is one of the worst actually. We're just gonna be check calling the river. There's no way we are folding ever on a shove because he's gonna be floating a diamond. So yeah, he's gonna have a lot of pocket nines there and pocket tens, but we don't block anything. We don't block any ace queens that he's gonna have with the diamond. So ace of hearts, queen of diamond, ace of diamond, and stuff like that. King queen also. So we have the really easy call on the river. But yeah, really tough river. One of the worst we could get. But yeah, pocket jacks. Then we're gonna open 2x. I'm gonna opening now 2x. Usually I'd open 2.5, but now I'm gonna go with the 2x because the rake is quite high in the super sport, and I think 2xing is the way to go. And usually now in these games, people actually go 2x really frequently. Pocket jacks are mainly calling in this spot. Uh, Button versus early position, 11% betting range there. So his range is like 7 8 suited, some suited connectors, probably nines. He's calling eight, so probably tens plus. Ace king, ace queen. We are calling the flop. I'm gonna check. He did 3-bet king jack off and king 10 off in his positions, which is insane, and called ace queen. And that's actually cutting down his bluffs with the ace queen heavily if he's calling the ace queen, and we did see that he is actually calling the ace queen in these positions, and he's using the size that is like terrible, and we can easily fold now on this size. So he's actually playing into our hand because we are not in the tough spot. We have easy fold, that's it. We're just going to be folding and say goodbye to the hand. And when he actually has the ace queen in a call range, he's not going to have that many bluffs because king queen, if he's having those one, and he probably is, king queen off is a pocket kings, pair of kings. Basically, only bluff I can see is the ace queen, and we also block the ace jack. So this will be really, really, really heavy now when you think about that. And we can just easily fold this. We can just easily fold even hand like now on the turn as a even like pocket jacks with the club can be folded to this size. I would fold it. And we actually have sixes, sevens in the range. And on these type of boards, we just need to also defend our range because our range is not going to be having many king x hands. We are having some ace king as a call, but we are also forfeiting a bunch of the ace king, so our range is in trouble there. And I would be just calling also some sixes and sevens. We have all the 9x hands, so when he bets like this, I would be just jamming the turn. I don't see like any point in calling here when he used this size. Which hands wants to call? I mean, I only see pocket eights with the club that's actually favorizing a call. Even pocket tens is like a really easy fold against like almost 80% pot on the turn. So he's actually playing into our hand. So yep, we're gonna be folding. We are gonna be folding. And guys, from the next month, we're gonna play iPoker. We're gonna play NL 400 on iPoker. 7.5. No 47, only 7.5. 7.5. 7.5, please. Okay. Queen Jack 5 suited is an open 3-8. We're going to be folding against this guy. We're going to be folding. We're going to be definitely calling a 4-bet there. This guy is 4-betting a bunch. 8% is of range is actually 4-bet. So, yep. We're going to be calling and he's 4-betting. Okay. I don't like when I see pocket nines. Actually, I hate it because now I want to see ace jack off. I want to see king 10 suited, but I don't want to see pocket nines. It's actually heavily favorizing his range because ace queen off is always in a 4-bet range in this spot, like 80%. Probably some king queen off is also there. I 5-6 with the backdoors is always a call. What is this doing to our range? We have 9-10 and 10 jack suited. That's actually checking back on the turn. Jack 10 is checking back. 9-10 is there, but our hand is a fold. Our hand is a fold. I don't like when I see pocket nines and pocket tens to be calling them with, but this like 5-6, 6-7, and 4-5 suited is actually a really good calls over the 4-bet. But we want to see a GTO range that doesn't have nines and has half of tens and little more of jacks and a lot of ace queen off and a lot of king 10 suited, a lot of king jack suited. I want to see that range when I'm calling my 4-bet with 5-6, and when I see a lot of this pair hand, I don't feel that great. Against this guy, mm, our bluffs will be jack 10, which is a gut shot. Our bluffs will be 9 10 where we block ace 10 and ace 9, and king jack would go into the check of the turn. I want to see his float. I don't think he folds that much on the flop actually. Yep, he doesn't. And now he polarized himself, which actually shouldn't be happening a lot, and we will now just be trapping him more because he also steps the turn quite much. And he just used orbit with his best hand. He orbits with sets. Against this type of players, it's like easy to play because actually you need to think about your range. Do your range wants to orbit there? What's your hands? What is your top hand that you have? You have ace three and ace four and pocket threes, pocket fours. That's your top of the range. And all of your bunch of hands like ace seven, ace eight, ace nine, they don't want to they don't want to orbit the turn. So actually your range wants to be bet more of the smaller size. And when he's just using the orbit, I just feel these players just don't take care of their range at all. They just see, okay, I have the big hand, I'll just go and orbit the turn. And against these type of players, when they bet like normal size there, you're just gonna go with a check raise. You can just check raise ace king. You can just check raise hand like pocket fives on the turn. Hands like pocket deuces. Hand where you block 3x. Hand like, let's say, king 3 of hearts. It's better like jack 3 of hearts because you want to block ace jack or ace 10. And with king, the blocker is irrelevant. But yes, you can just check raise his normal size because they will just not be balanced enough. They will just not be having the protection of their range into the normal size. They have a hand, I will orbit, and that orbit doesn't work like that. You are always orbiting when your hand when your range has a really big advantage, and only in that spots, you know. And this is like definitely not that type of the spot. So you are orbiting mostly on bricks, on brick turns, uh, or on the turn that is heavily affecting your range and heavily disadvantaging the range of your opponent. But never on like normal turns where actually small blind has really big advantage. So yeah, but I just see a lot of these players just when they have a hand, they just overbet and that's it. No matter what range it is, even if it's the worst runner for the range, they will be just uh, overbetting it. Ben 1234Q. Yo Marco, are you planning to stream iPoker? Also, any chance to see you streaming more regularly, or you don't want to share so much of your gameplay? I can share as much of my gameplay as you want, guys. No problem. I'm not afraid of that. Yes, I'm gonna be streaming regularly. I am back home in Croatia. I was away in Germany. I was away in Germany. I'm calling this guy and falling to river. And this guy is also really value heavy. Has some draws. I'm gonna jam there. Check raise here. And folding there. Let's see. I think this is really nice spot for our bet. For check raise, I apologize. He checked back the flop, so doesn't have any two pair now. Jack 7, Jack 6, Jack 9 will be stabbing the most of the time, and it's even not calling that much against the UTG. So pretty nice spot for us. We have the 8-10 here always. Uh, we have the 5-8 suited, and we're just gonna be jamming the river. I feel we are against the Jack X most of the time. Yes, he's gonna have Ace Jack, but it's better to bluff when we don't have a club there. Yeah, but I'm just gonna be jamming King 10. I folded there with a flush draw. I didn't see it. And also he's gonna have hand like Queen Jack, which is blocking the bluffs, and it's actually really easy fold. So I think this is perfect spot for this. So actually good. Yep. So guys, I will be streaming more regularly now. We are also having few projects with Poker Strategy. We're gonna continue. So yep, the things will be better. And also, I will be streaming iPoker. Yep, I will be streaming iPoker. The scripts are banned on my site, Red Star Poker, and I hope the trend will continue to all of the sites because I think scripts are actually killing iPoker. Even iPoker has a great traffic these days. It would be a lot more if there wasn't a script, because scripts are an unfair advantage to especially weaker players, and it's also the regs are. I mean, I don't have the script, and now I'm suddenly in disadvantage to all the other people because they just immediately get the spot in the tables, and I think that's killing. I mean, I personally stopped playing just because of the scripts. So yeah. So yep, I will be streaming iPoker. We're gonna be having fun there. Good software, uh, good player pool. I would compare it to Stars. Stars and iPoker are the best two pools, basically that are from all the sites. It will be fun. A lot of reg battles, which I like. Um, and also I'll put always some super sport this Croatian poker site. We have the action here always from 200 to 500 NL, and on iPoker I will be mostly playing NL 400, and we're gonna mix also some tournaments. I enjoy playing MTTs, and actually in Sunday I'm playing a session of MTTs. We are playing the $7.5 million Sunday Million. It's gonna be fun, and I think it's time for me to win that tournament. Maybe it's time in Sunday. I feel like Sunday is a nice day to be a time for that. Table number 2, we're using a big size, polarized big blind versus cutoff. We are having a lot of suited connectors, suited gappers. We are having hands like a Jack 9 suited, Jack 8 suited, King 5 suited, King 6, King 7 suited. All of these type hands want to be 3-bet polarized. King Deuce is not in that range. Also, guys, we are making a giveaway today, and I will try to do also regular giveaways. I give 15% of my winnings of the session to a two best comments, questions, discussion. So yeah, 1/3 here. We're gonna be betting a lot of hands like an ace nine, like ace jack. Still wants to be betting smaller size. And now we're gonna be betting bigger size, but not an overbet. We want to be still betting the. We have the weaker player in the big blind. Just we're gonna be calling custom. Let's see, fish. I'm gonna be betting bigger size on the queen ten deuce. Magnet says labels. Labels. I will explain you. Weaker player fish, whale, however you want to call it. Weak reg, normal winning reg, uh, and we have the purple one. Unfortunately, there's no purple players here. Purple one means really good player, and I only have two purple labels on my pool. Uh, let's go 10.8. Ace jack off. I think it's okay. We're gonna be checking and betting bigger size. I'm gonna check this hand. Folding to folding to folding to a 4 bet. Think it's fine. Ace 9 is always a call on the river. Ace 9 is a bet on the river. Jack X has to be really betting the river. Jack 10 is a fold. Table number 3, we're probably gonna be facing a 3-bet when somebody is thinking long. He's not thinking about I don't know what. He's thinking about do I actually 3-bet? and which size I want to be using. So that is what the guy is thinking about. The board is 4, 5, 8 to tone. We're gonna check aces, kings here always. We're gonna check a lot of queens also. We're gonna check a lot of nines. We're gonna bet tens and jacks. And yeah, we're gonna check really a lot here because it's really good for the big blind range. And we're gonna just play it really passively. So when we check back, we still have all the overpairs. We have aces, kings, queens, and yeah, we just big folding to this size. We're just gonna be folding to this big of the size. And we have many good hands we can continue, guys, so it's not gonna be worried. We have really good hands in our check back range on this type of the board. So I'm not worried. We can fold hands like that we had. This table will be breaking soon. We're gonna limp in now because the reg did limp, which I don't know what it means. So we're gonna be limping, joining the limp, and we are 6x, which is we just have to give it now with our pocket pair in the multi-way pot, which is basically a really good spot with to give 5 for 17.3 and to make a big hand. Why don't label players on Supersport as Panzer? How can I label them Panzer? Can you tell me that? Uh, Supersport software looks so shitty that I can't label. I mean, you put a label and they put a small label that doesn't mean anything. So no, I will not label the Supersport players. If they have like on the stars where you just see like really good, yep, then I'm okay with it. The guy reps hands like a tens or jacks with this size. I'm gonna be folding pocket fours. Mm, we can actually bet here with our jack seven. This is his check fold, so he's not check folding a lot. And actually, I'm just gonna be raising here on this board. We just be we just can't ever face a stab. And that actually is. He's gonna have all the king queens in the call range of the flop, and has like a king nine and ace king, and just gonna be checking the river. And actually, when I raise the flop, I don't have many 5x hand actually. So yep, I would bet that he has a lot more 5x than I in his donkey and calling raise range than my uh, raise against donk range. And now he looks like an ace x to me, which is how it looks. Checking bit. Okay, checking behind 356 with this. Yeah, Panzer, I just want to hurt your feeling. If I mark you as a nit, you would then be really mad on me. So yeah, that's why I don't label. But I would mark you as a tight reg. I wouldn't mind you as a nit. Tight reg that's always calling me down. Is that a good label? What do you think about it? And 12.5. What do you think about that? You see how it's great when you have in a checkback range two pair on this run out. It's so good. And he needs to bet block or an overbet. Any other size doesn't have any sense. And we actually will use the normal size. We're gonna have ace king always in the range. We're gonna have a king queen also in the range. So yeah, we are protecting with our two pairs our range. When we are facing a raise, we have an easy call. Super Sport done for today, it seems. Okay. We will add. There's NL200 on Super Sport, but I will add on Stars. The board I like to be polarized on. Big blind range has a lot of King 5, King 6, King 7, Jack 9, Jack 8, Queen 9, Queen 8. Actually, don't want to bet any of these hands. So, yep, I will just go checking a bunch, checking a bunch on this board, checking a bunch and be polar when I bet. And now when we're gonna see what the guy check behinds. It's pretty important to see if he has still top pairs in the range. Check versus Mississippi bet 60% may happen. We will be going with a half pot on the delay, which I think it's good size to be using. If there was action on Super Sport NL 500, we'll play. Will not play NL 200 because it's better on stars, better software, everything, and only 500 we're gonna be playing if there will be action. And yep, just to get back to this story about labels, I would mark Panzer as a tight track. I would mark Yuhu as a nit. I would mark who is with us on the table. Tukonya as a tournament player. Even that label doesn't exist. I would be just invent the label tournament player just for him. And we had a Leon with big fish, Matteo big fish, but really awkward to play against because he actually understands range versus range interaction, but just play wild ranges. Yeah. So you see, I'm always honest. I'm gonna always tell you what it is. So I'm not gonna. I don't want to play nice. I mean, always say like it is, and that's it. Actually, we just have to be betting on the turn with our gut shots. We want to fold out hands like pocket fours, pocket fives, and when we're facing a big call and we don't have a blocker for anything, yeah, just not perfect spot. Not the perfect spot we want to be in. And guys, I maybe will stream Sunday also with my MTT session, so it can be fun. It's our call. We're gonna go 20.5. We're gonna call eights. This guy is really spewy. I also put the hand in Discord from this guy, and he's like really, really spewy. Uh, we're calling this king always. Really, really spewy. And we get there, which is we don't get there. We just don't get there. So forget what I said. Bet check bet line here feels disgusting when we are facing this because his bluffs like ace king and ace jack will be betting the turn, and he will be checking back. Let's see his check turn. He didn't check turn ever in a three bet pot. Let's see the river pop up bet after check. Does he ever have a bluff here? He had one, but in a really small pot. I will be folding these eights. I will be folding based on my knowledge of the pool. How the pool play these spots, and pool plays these spots in the bet check bet line in three bet pots. They bluff the turn with their bluffs most of the time, and then when they're bet check betting, they leg bluffs and they're just actually value heavy. So I would just be folding. Jack this 4, we're gonna be betting our hand, which hates to be check raised. Uh, and to this size, I'm gonna be just folding it. And actually, a lot of his check raise bluffs will be containing 10x. So you're gonna check raise their hand like a queen 10, hand like a 9-10 of hearts, which we actually block, and queen 10 of hearts, which we actually block. So it's actually really easy fold against a big raise. Is Matteo Arigold? Yep, Matteo is Arigold. Matteo is Arigold. And from what I hear, the Arigold is architect. So he's what George Costanza in Seinfeld wanted to be all his life. He's Arigold. He's architect. No, 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 no. The dilettantism is architect. I apologize. Arigold is actually physician. He's a physician. He's like physician, somebody who is, I think, professor of physics. I think he's professor of physics actually. And dilettantism is architect, from what I heard. Against a weaker player, actually, we're going to be betting. These boards prefer bigger size, so we're going to use the bigger size. We're going to fold on table number 2. Uh, when weaker player calls here a lot of pocket pairs, it's going to be, and this guy actually has a lot of hands like 7-8 suited, 9-8 suited, 9-10, even hand like maybe ace-9 off in the range from what he opens. Uh, and this is really connected with him, so I would bluff hand like a queen-10 or jack-10, but I would actually give up with the ace-jack. I haven't said I hope I would be marked as a fish and not a nit. Definitely not a nit. Definitely not a nit. I would just mark basically from all the pool. I would just mark Yuhu as a nit, basically. I would just mark Yuhu as a nit, actually, because he's the only one who's never bluffing rivers, or really rarely bluffing, and he's like the only one who will check back and go to the showdown with 9 high or 10 high. So yeah, I just can mark somebody else in a different label when he goes to the showdown with 9 high. And actually when he's not blocking the folding range in that spot. So yep. So only him I would just, and that Lord guy, Lord 69, I'll mark him also as as an it. Knights mainly wants to be calling against 50% open if it's bigger, but this guy is really tight from UTG. Even this is middle position actually, so yeah, we could 3-bet it. But mixing some 8s and 9s into call range is also okay. And you also then have a hand that can actually call off squeeze. So it's nice to have them. So let's get back into the range, guys. Today we need to have a good session. We have 4 tables, we are concentrated, and yeah, we're just gonna be betting. This is one straight hand for me, and I will just be betting like this to get called with a hand like an ace queen that's not gonna fold, and we just can get 2 streets on many runouts. So I just want to get 1 street here from pocket eights, from pocket fives, and that's it. We're gonna lose to hand like a king that is checking twice, or hand like let's say pocket tens. So 1 street is, it's 1 street of value slash protection, and we're just gonna use then bigger size to get more out of it. But yeah, that's the max we can go. King 7, nothing. Ace king suited, something. We're gonna be opening king 10. We're gonna be also opening king 7. We're just gonna fold. Uh, I don't have any reads about this guy. Let me see. No reads. No reads. We'll also talk about the hands that we are not playing in, about strategy in those type of hands. Important one. Just to see a table dynamics going on. 4-bet on the table number 1 with the bigger size than the GTO. 20.5 is the right size, so when he's using 22.5, you can actually fold hands even strong as like 9s, even maybe 10s in this position against this size. Actually, you can easily fold king jack suited, and it encourages you to jam a lot when somebody goes out of the GTO for this. King 10, king 10, king 10. I will be isolating it. The guy is disconnected. He's back. Queen for 8. I'll start with the 1/3. Limping range has a lot of hands like ace deuce, ace 3. We're gonna put that range in a tough spot. We can double barrel on turns. We have the range advantage. Queen. We have all the good queen X hands like king queen, like queen jack suit, like ace queen, like aces kings. Uh, so yeah, we can put pressure on the range that is limping. Checking back 7-10 off against a weaker player, which is I think okay. Against the double check, we're gonna actually be betting now. We can bet 6x, 4x, everything for value. So yeah, we're gonna be just betting. We're gonna take check ranges, especially weaker players. They have bad check ranges. Um, and also weaker players can really surprise you because they have weaker ranges out of position, but actually in position they have stronger ranges than usual because weaker players and fish players can easily check behind top trips. They can easily check behind like a straight on the flop because they're just afraid to lose a customer. So I always take that into the account. They can have, and I also have the hot stats for that, just to see their checking range on the flop and on the turn. King 10 5 5. Usually you mix one third and 82% on this type of the boards. One third is also you can bet still a lot of hands with the one third, but yep, you have a hands that wants to be polarized on the flop. That wants basically immediately fold equity. You want to bet hands like a jack 9, like a queen 9 with this polarized size quite often. This hand just won't immediately fold, so yeah, 82% is nice. You can put a strategy from 1.3x pot on the flop, but this board is actually not the one to be doing that. It's actually more of the like ace queen 7 or ace king 9. That type of Broadway boards heavily wants to be betting 1.3x pot on the flop. People are actually not doing that a lot, and people don't know how to respond to it. And it's really good when they start raising against that sides, which they shouldn't be doing, and people are still doing it when they have a set. They just immediately want to raise you, and you're betting 1.3. You're betting your polarized size. You're saying you have really big hand or a bluff, and they go a raise against that range, and that's usually a really bad idea because polar range crush the merge range always, and they gonna be having trouble defending their call range if they have a raising range. Yuhu gives me too much credit versus Orbit. Yuhu gives too much credit to most of the pool on the super sport because he actually sees them as most of the regs. I would say he sees as under bluffing in all of the spots, and he's actually over folding to it. He still calls me lightly, but still folds to me also a lot more than other guys. So yeah, I mean that is his adjustment. He just plays super sport that way. He thinks that the pool is really fishy, and he doesn't want to bluff these type of players, which I don't think it's good because I feel like you have to bluff the bad players and fish players. It's like mandatory to bluff them really a lot, and I just don't understand the strategy that's like giving we give upping from bluffs against this type of guys because many of them will actually be folding, willing to fold. They have everybody have a spot there that they will fold, that they are willing to fold. You just need to find that spot, but everybody has it. Yeah, we are all folding sometimes. Uh, One third against the cutoff. Against the bottom, I'm 82%ing. And he doesn't have pocket trees, so that's why I'm just gonna be betting. I'm just gonna be betting like one third bet range. He's gonna four bet a lot of jacks, and immediately he's really capped there. And when he doesn't have pocket trees, he doesn't basically have a set in the range. And yeah, I can just easily bet one third then. And against the button, actually, I'm just gonna be really polarized, betting 82%, betting, checking most of my jack X, betting all of my good king X plus hands, mix it with bluffs, and use a big size on the flop immediately, and I think that's the best strategy. Pocket deuces always fold on the flop. Always call pre-flop against 2.5 to 7.5. Actually, you're gonna call a bunch. And people confuse the GTO strategy in this spot. GTO is actually calling these hands to 2.5, from 2.5 to 7.5. GTO is actually calling all of these hands. 239. We're gonna start with 1/3 stab, which I will be stabbing most of that size on the flop. This guy is check raising the flop against us with the value always. So yep, we're gonna be betting the turn with a little bigger size. 3% and 7% king queen goes into the muck against that. 10 10.8 to go, which I think is okay. Really bad board, guys. Cutoff versus small blind. Around 50% of range, but actually it's not that big of the sample, and we only saw pocket tens. I would say his calling range is actually fours plus a lot of ace queen, 60% to 70 of ace queen, around 40% of the ace king actually. I'm gonna fold jack nine suited. Yeah, but I think that we're gonna check really, really much in this spot. He has five, sevens, and eights always in the range, and this guy doesn't stab anything. This is his stabbing position. In three bet pot, he actually is stabbing. In single raise pot, he doesn't stab anything. Our ace queen is fold on the flop. I would call ace king, and I would actually call ace queen and ace jacks with the backdoor draw. Mix it with check raising. Also, some of them is okay. Some ace king and ace queen needs to be check raised on the flop also. So you're gonna mix check raises and you're gonna mix check calls. We're gonna check call basically always with aces. We're gonna mix check calling with the ace king, with the kings also there, because the board is so heavily his that we need to have really strong check calling range there. And yep, we're gonna mix all of these overpairs in that, just to protect our ace kings. And we need to find a new table also, because this table will be breaking. Maybe we can play also some heads up. Heads up is the favorite for me, favorite game. When you're one on one, it's usually the better player is the one that's gonna be winning in the end. 1/3, 2/3, all is fine. I'm gonna go 2/3. With when going 2/3, you're still gonna have a lot of checking ranges, and we're not gonna be overbetting. Five, ace three, and 3-6 are both in our ranges, so it's not favorizing us. It's actually favorizing him, because he has threes, he has fives. We're not gonna bet all of the pocket threes, and we're not gonna be betting all of the pocket fives with this size. So it's actually better for him. 3-6 and ace three both have, so yeah, we're just gonna be calling the turn with. On the river, yep, on the river we just have to be bluffing now. He's still gonna have floats with the king x, with the, let's say king nine of clubs and stuff like that. And on the river we're gonna actually be bombing the pot. We can just bet all of our good 10x hands there and just bomb it. When we think how our range wants to be betting, we don't want to be over betting the river, but we still want to be just pot betting the river with our over pairs, with our jacks, queens, with our good 10x hands. Or bet is too polarizing in this line where he can still be checking a bunch with value on the rivers. So yeah, doesn't feel good to be over betting. And when I just feel how my range wants to be bet, my range wants to be betting like a big size but not an over bet size, and I just decided, okay, we're just gonna go for a pot. And when we pot and he immediately shoves, he's wrapping really, really polar, so yep, we don't have a thing, so we don't need to worry. It would be trouble if we have actually a overpair, because I think I would be having trouble folding the overpair in that line where we just call the donk on the turn. Still our range, he can perceive our range like a weak one. He can turn like counterfeited two pairs into bluff against our overpairs. So yeah, it's really, really hard to fold to a shove there. and basically how I play and how people play against me, I would be never folding an overpair to shove, just because we are doing a lot of aggressive plays. And when you're immediately playing like that, you just need to know people will get back at you, they will play back at you. They always try to bluff me really a lot. um, they try to also really some crazy hands. I post a lot of them in the Discord just to see. And when you have that type of image, you just need to be defending really a lot, because if you're playing aggressively as aggressor and playing like a pussy when you're in a defense, then people just gonna run over you. So you need to be a pit bull in the defense and pit bull in the offense, just like that. Sometimes they're just gonna have hands, but yep, that's poker. When they have hands, they get paid. People get paid when they have it. And you have something that is called minimum defense frequency. You always want to be against. You always want to be into the these frequencies. You're gonna meet the minimal defense frequency, and only way you can go out of that equation is when you think 100, when you not think, when you actually 100% know that your opponent has only one strategy that is never going to change no matter what are the circumstances. Then you can go and to the exploitably fold more than the minimum defense frequency. Doug Paul spoke about it. I watched that video years ago, and it's one of the best videos I ever watched, and I think it's one of the best for your bluff catching habits and everything about bluff catching, because actually it's like he's explaining how many times he actually called when he was 100% sure that he's behind, just so people can't bluff him without equity. He was dead afraid of getting bluffed without equity. I think our range was to be block betting here. We have a bunch of ace 4 ace 5 hands that just actually wants to be block betting, and I'm just gonna block bet the river. All of my ace x hands just wants to be blocking, so I'm just gonna put my two pair there, which I think is fine. I'm gonna fold to bet check bet in this line. 7-10 jack, 7-10 jack, around 50% of range. 8-9 is there, both of us have it. Still we have a range advantage, but still a lot of our range wants to be actually checking, like hands like 8s, 9s, hands like 10x. We want to bet 1/3 with some good 10x, with some jack x hands we also bet 1/3. Ace deuce, when we think where it fits, it basically doesn't fit anywhere. uh, it just fits in the check fold, unfortunately. It's not good to be turning into bluff on the as a delay. It's too strong, it's too weak to call down, so it's somewhere in between. And when it's somewhere in between, you're just gonna go as a block on the river. Ace jack is always a three bet actually in a heads up game. King 3 is gonna be opening 5-7 also. Well, there's really a lot of tables, but I'm and the wait list for some of them. I don't like to switch tables because then you lose dynamics, you lose everything. King 3 can be check behind, really nice check behind. You want to bet worst ones. You want to bet hand like a 3-8, 3-7. King 3 is really nice as a delay, as a check back delay turn, and also call of his step on the turn, and really nice bluff on the river. We're gonna go with raising the turn, which I think is also okay. We're gonna check hands like a 6x also on the flop, hand like a 6-7, like mm, jack 6 of diamonds. We can check. So yeah, we're gonna fold when the nitty player is doing something like that. We just have the hand that is fold. And actually here I'm gonna go with the big delay. This guy folds to delay really a lot, and he doesn't check back the good range. So he will mainly have hands like weak poker pet or ace high in this spot. And look at his check back, check versus missed bet. You see, this range is like overcards, low pair, middle pair. And on the river, we have, just think about how many Nines, tens, jacks, queens. We're just gonna block bet them, all of them. So we're gonna block bet our bluff as a queen nine. Still a lot of value to get, and I'm gonna be folding to Shao. This guy is also capable of bluffing this spot, but when you think how our range looks like, actually we just want to block bet the river. And just include in that block bets also our flushes, because our range actually consists mostly of the over pairs that check, they are checking to check raise, so tens, jacks, queens, and we're just gonna put them also into this, and we're gonna just protect them with hands like kings, pocket kings there, hands like some of the flushes, just to be unexploitable. Pocket sixes, uh, actually I will check them. Let's go here to see big blind versus cutoff. 14% against the hero 0. So yep, we're just gonna be folding then. Deuce 3 is gonna be fold. This guy is capable of raising. We can see bluff raising. I catch them in many spots, but he's also, you see, he will bluff. He bluff raise us here, but yep, he also knows that I'm more than capable to having a nuts in this spot with, because when I recognize that actually my check raise range is this over pairs lower than than a king x, but still can get enormous amount of the value. You see, he can easily turn into bluff fives and sixes there. It's not question, but if I have queens with the club, I'm not gonna fold ever to this guy. So yeah, uh, we still have kings here. We still have the actually hands like 9-10 of clubs, and we're gonna block call, always call block. So we're just not worried. But our range actually, most of our check raising the flop consists of the flush draws and or pairs that need a lot of protection like tens, jacks, queens, and some kings. So yeah, definitely block betting the river of our range, and we just faced the raise. We didn't have anything, so it's never bad a feeling when you actually don't have anything check calling there. You can just easily fold. Interesting hands are happening. Interesting hands. This guy also likes to overbet immediately when he's strong. So yeah, we have the easy call there. And easy call on the river. Even this river is really bad because a lot of his bluffs like 10 jack and 8-10 is there. But the goodest thing is that 8-10 will probably be in the orbit range. And actually now he actually reps that 10x there. So yeah, we have the easy call with the 9 of here. So yeah, not much to talk about. A7 will be folding in a multi-way pot. I'm gonna call against UTG in a multi-way. It's just gonna be folded. 3-6 defending versus anybody. Queen 10 is gonna be called. 5-6 off. We're gonna be opening. It's 3 max, so the ranges will be quite wider. So yeah, we're gonna defend wider. Nothing else. Ace 5, King Jack opening, Ace Jack opening, Ace 5 gonna go 1/3 most of the times. We are against around 50% of range. He should be having more, but he should be having King 8 off, Jack 8 off, Queen 8 off, so it would be, but this guy doesn't have it. Based on the HUD, Ace 5 is a call. He shouldn't be raising this board like ever. He didn't raise, so he's wrapping a 2 pair plus, so Ace 6 suited, which is only hearts. Checking. Okay. Ace Jack is a clear call, I think. Clear call. Donking turn here. Let's see how he reacts on the donk. Fold turn donk, 29% call donk. Yeah, he's still calling donk really. Let's see there. We have a lot more 8x than he's gonna have. So if I'm having now the 8x, I would just go immediately to 3 bet. or if we're having pocket threes or 8-9, I would just go immediately to three betting. We actually block the bluffs, so actually our hand is a fold. But yeah, you see how people are doing just this random stuff that is actually bad. So he just raises if he's having 8 there. It doesn't matter. His range is in disadvantage of position, and he just go raise 5x against me. If I'm having, I now don't like all my full houses there that I'm slow playing because 8 is so good for my range. Yeah, so I would immediately go when somebody's doing that. I immediately go into the offensive, and even with my bluffs, uh, are good bluffs like a high equity bluffs. I would just immediately three bet it, and only size on the river is then shove. But yeah, we just don't have the hand unfortunately. But yeah, I would tell you this: people don't even care about how the range is. They just see, like most of them, just see their hand and that's it. Yep. Okay, that's why we want to always play the range, not the hands. We always want to play our range. Here actually the size we want to use is bigger, so we go with 2/3, 7/8 jack. It's not a 1/3 spot. You're not gonna betting hands like 8x or 9s and 10s. You're gonna check them. So definitely a spot. This ace is actually really good for us. I'm betting ace 10. I'm betting ace king, blocking king jack and ace jack that he should be having half in the range. So yep, definitely betting it, not over betting, but betting it really nice. So yep, nice spot. And we are just protecting our ace x with our two pairs in the normal size. We also block ace 8, which is insanely good. Do I ever think I'm over leveling myself? Uh, I don't think so because uh, in all these leveling wars, I'm actually always. That's why my red line is that high because I'm really always paying attention to always paying attention to table dynamics. I think the table dynamics is one of the most important things in poker, and I was always uh, paying really close attention to our table dynamics. So actually, one of the reasons my red line is so high is because of the leveling and table dynamics. Because I from the beginning I knew it's something really important. We're gonna lower the size down. We want to betting hands like kings there still. He's gonna have uh, close to us jack x hands because we're still gonna bet with a hand like a king jack on the flop or jack 9 on the flop. So actually on like hand like jack 8 is that he has, then we don't. And the river, I still feel we don't want to shove. We still want to bet like this. I want to bet ace king here with this size, so yeah, I will just put it like this. And actually I'm gonna go big with nines. So I don't think I'm over leveling ever. That is my bread and butter. That is my home court. That is something I always pay close attention to. Big blind versus cutoff 3% against us. We can easily fold king queen. Generally, I would be calling big blind versus cutoff because big blind range should be more polar. And when the big blind has hand like a king 8 suited, king 7 suited, or king queen off, is gonna print the money. So yeah, I would always call it. But this guy is only 3 betting 3.6%. Big blind versus cutoff. So yes, I will be just folding the hand. Ace 9, I think clear check back when UTG limp, and UTG is like semi regular fish, if that is something that exists. He plays like most of the days. And when he goes like this, I think we can just raise now. This is like from what I remember about him. Uh, I think he has a weaker raise than me. We're gonna have, and he can also bet hand like jacks and queens if he's gonna limp them as or kings as a, as a tricky play because this guy knows how to limp. He knows limps. He's like queens, kings, 8-10. I'm generally calling. Button versus cutoff is from 2.5 to 7.5, so 8-10 is actually calling quite a bunch. And look at this. This guy is tributing gas 26%, and this guy is really spewy. Really spewy. We're just gonna be calling 8-10. Turn is really good for him. Really good for him because he's gonna bet range on the flop, and he's gonna have like all the ace jack of plus region, and we actually block the bluffs with the 8x. So hence like 8-9, like 6-8 suited or jack 8 suited. Now we are blocking, so we can just fold like 8-10 and call with better hands than this one. Magnet says I have a red label. Yep, Magnet. If you have a red label, it's first I do it by my impression, but second I'm also doing it uh, by the how it's the team stat name. So I go to the team stat name, and if the guy's winning reg, I can put him like I don't know fish. Even I would put him as a fish because the guy is so bad. I mean, I would actually put him as a fish because the way he plays and the play that he is doing. And you can check them out in my Discord. Go to my Discord. You have it on my website, breakthroughpoker.com. Go to my Discord. A lot of good players are there. A lot of good players from Stars are there that plays um, 200 and 500 NL. So Magnet, also be free to join. We can talk about poker strategy. We can discuss hands. We can improve our game. So yeah, definitely check it out, and you will see hands that bot is doing. Actually, the bot is uh, how he played it. So really spewy guy. I'm gonna be actually raising here, and I'm just gonna use the size. We have the top full, and I'm gonna use the size that I have a hand like a king jack or king queen. So no like a big size, just a normal one. My range is not the nuts. My range doesn't have tens, doesn't have kings, doesn't have eights because all of this is three bets. So we just can be raising like 5x. We can just raise like a little more than 3x. Folding here. So magnet, yep. I also do labels based on my impressions, but I always take a look at the team stat name. This table will be dead soon, so we're just gonna switch it to the better table. These guys that don't play heads up and Ben will also leave. So yep, if somebody's winning player, no matter what I think, I'm just gonna mark him as a winning player. And on some players, yep, I don't have that much of the opinion, and they are like winning players because I mean it's not it's not the same. You can win against you can basically win against if you're like winning player. We don't know from which type of players you are getting your winnings off. So I'm gonna two street, so we can go flop turn, bet turn, check river, or we can bet turn and protect our checking range, uh, and then, and this is not good when the fish player is doing this. Hmm. Let's see his step of the turn. You see, with his draws, he's using actually half pot. So yep, I'm just gonna be folding nines to this guy. I'm gonna be three betting here. Yep. That's the question from which which guys your winnings come from. Does it come from regs? Does it come from whales? Uh, So I don't have respect for every winning player. I have the respect for really good players like Anarchy. I really respect him, and he's really great guy. I also respect that even more than his poker skills. Um, Gachu is one of the players I respect. He's always putting a fight against me, and he's like playing with courage. Uh, and actually, I feel like Anarchy and Gachu are two best of my opponents. So only two of them I think that are like really good on this pool. But I also played with one player that is really good on the MTTs, and I feel like that was the best player I ever played against. It was Dodi Papa nickname, and we actually played him on stream, and he did kill us in one pot, and I still remember that pot because of that pot that he actually killed us like a little baby, like a mouse, like a little mouse. I actually learned the donking turn ranges and flop ranges, and when we are actually donking the flop and donking the turn and bluffing the rivers. So because of him, I actually did try to learn stuff, and like that's always good. So a good competition always make you be a better version of yourself. That's why I always play everybody because I want to learn. I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn poker, and everything I do basically is because I want to be better. I'm streaming to become better. I'm streaming to get your thoughts. Two heads are smarter than one head. You don't learn only from players that are better than you learn from everybody. And uh, actually, I also learn maybe the most from the players that are worse than me. So, yeah, we can go 1/4 and the ace is king without problems because they will overfold massively to 1/3 and then you want to give them the better price. 6/8 will be calling against 2.2. Ace 3 it's also call against 2.2. And now that's not Ivan, that's now not true. Now you're saying something that I didn't say ever. Yeah, I don't agree with it. I don't agree. I don't think that everybody is fish to. I just say when somebody actually is bad. Actually, I would just say. I mean, it's poker is a game. Why people take it so seriously? It's fucking game. I mean, it's poker or Catan. It's the same. I'm gonna try to win in Catan. I'm gonna try to win in poker. So it's the same for me. It's like basketball. So why people take it personally? If I say somebody's fish, I'm not saying you're a bad people, you're worst human being in life. You're just not good in the game. That's it. So yeah, but I don't think that everybody is fish. Definitely, there's a lot of decent players, but not a lot of really good players. That's what I'm trying to say. And suddenly on our river, we just have to be turning the size down because his range mostly are over pairs. I don't see any ace-x that he actually has, and he has even less hands like a 6x, so we're just gonna tone down the size. And we're gonna go 6.6 here. This is gonna be our 1.3 overbet flop check back turn bet river line in these hands. 510 actually is gonna be checking. But yeah, definitely no. I always say what I mean. I mean what I think. If I think somebody's bad, I will say it's bad. I mean, one cap. We're just calling the flop, calling the turn. Let's see, call cheese. Okay, we have the new table ready. As soon as this table broke, we're gonna go. And actually, on this river, we're just gonna use big size. We're gonna actually use an overbet size on this river because actually here we have a floats, hands like a king 9, queen 9 with the backdoors queen jack, king jack. So yeah, we're gonna bluff because it's favorable for us because we have pocket threes, pocket fours, pocket fives. Uh, So yeah, we're gonna just gonna be over betting the river with 1.5. I think it's the best size. And always I didn't ever get offended when I was fish, and I still think that I need to be a lot better than I am, and I will try to learn as much as I can and be twice as better in 1 month than I am right now. Uh, but a lot of people say in poker you need to go step by step, so improving little bit by little bit. It's hard to go from one point to immediately to like another level. You need to go step by step. Poker is like baby steps, and learn thing by two. uh, I was doing a lot of work in my, for example, block betting. I think block betting and multi-way pots, in my opinion, are today where you get the most TV out of any spots in poker. Definitely, and people just underestimate that. They don't care about it, and for me, that are the two best possible spots where you get the most edge from. So yep, we're gonna go 6.5. I'm gonna go deeper so we can go 7. Usually 6.5 is the way to go. Let's see. Early, middle, cutoff versus button. So he actually calls around. He actually has really, really mergy 4-bet range. So I'm gonna fold Queen Jack in these positions. Queen Jack actually doesn't want to call because he actually blocks the hands like Ace Jack and King Jack suited, which are better than our hand, and hand like an Ace Queen suited that is 4-betting most of the time. So actually, I want to call King 10 better, King Jack than this Queen Jack. So I'm actually gonna be folding it. And this guy has mergy 4-bet range. So yeah, it's even worse to call against him. This is not the spot for block actually, because when you're block betting the rivers, you actually do it so your medium or low strength hands get value from worst hands, and you mix in some strong hands in it. And actually here we just can get value from, because his bluffs are 10x that got there, 9 10, 7 10, Jack 10, King 10, and actually is now he can now we are against these type of hands that will bet check bet quite often, and he now goes into the overbet, which again doesn't have any sense. He reps now like I would say he reps now really good queen the check back like a king queen with the blocker, which we have, or two pair like 6-10 that he doesn't even have in the range. Now when he polarized himself, I feel like it's now like even better call. Okay, aces has sense. But aces, I think I would bet on the turn. When he polarized like this, we actually now have a decent bluff catcher, because now he's not betting the 10x anymore, and he's wrapping queen x the check behind, and it can be only a really good with the blocker. And we are blocking a king queen with a king of clubs, queen of hearts, for example. So actually, it's a big deal to block that. And to be honest, I didn't think about the aces in this spot, because I feel like aces, especially with the blocker, should be betting the turn to get value from a really, really a lot of hands. And they are like 3 street hands, not 2. King Queen is generally 2. So, yep. He did get us there. But, so for example, if he bets smaller size, I would immediately fold our hand or turn it into bluff. But now there, actually, and against this guy we'll just now when he's formatting that much deep, we will just not, usually my strategy is 100 and 200 blinds deep. I'm only calling 4 bets, like when we are over 100 blinds deep, I'm only calling 4 bets. I don't have 5-bet range. But against this guy we will have, because he has so mergy 4-bet range, I would just go with a mini 5-bet range in this spot. So if I'm having aces, kings, queens, ace, king, I would just go with the merge 5-bet, because he's 4-betting still hands like 10s, 9s, even deep. So definitely you don't want to then, your strategy of just calling a 4-bet deep with all your range, with your aces, kings, queens, definitely lose the CV in these spots. So actually, we're just gonna have 5-bet bluff range against him in when we are deep. Betting here bigger size with our 7-8 suited. Usually we're checking real bunch there. We're checking aces, kings, and queens almost always. Really strong board for the big blind. He's gonna have here hands like 4-7 suited that we're not gonna ever have. Also, he's gonna have 7-9 always. And people don't open on cut of 7-9 suited. I do, but yep. And he check raised, which he check raise a lot. He check raise also as a bluff with the blockers. And now when he bets like this, you see, like he's over betting mainly. And when he does like this, I would say he's probably weak. With a set or straight or two pair, he would be just over betting the turn. By the way he plays, so actually, I'm calling every size on the river. If he shoves, I'm calling. So yep, and just checking back, just don't see a value there. Yep, just a bluff. If he jammed, I would instantly call the river because just from what we see from the HUD, how he plays, and also I know the way that he plays, and yeah, you see the imbalance and see his play. He's overbetting the set, but with his open-ended trader, he just want to get better price. And next time we're just gonna be raising the his turn bet in these spots. Check raising the flop seems okay. Check raising the flop seems okay. Check raising the flop seems okay. We have Jack 5 suited, Jack 2 suited, 2 5 suited, deuces, fives. A lot of value there. The best bluff is this actually. We are not blocking his bluffing range. We are not blocking queen 10. We are not blocking 9 10. We are not blocking a hand like a queen 9, like a king 9, king queen. So we have unblockers and we have the nuts gut shot. Just doesn't get better than that. That's the top of the bluffs we can have actually. 3 jack nothing. Okay, 3 10. I'm gonna make a quick quick bedroom break of exactly 15 seconds and we are back. We're gonna play a lot. I'm in a mood to play. I didn't stream for a long time. I didn't uh, talk about strategy also on streams. So yep, I'm just into talk about poker hands. Ask anything. If you have any question about your ideas, how you play certain spots, where you have troubles playing, uh, you can just freely let me know. Donking the flop here. Pretty strong board for us. He should be checking bunch there. So yeah, we're gonna bet the turn. We can overbet or bet the turn with this size. This hand actually fits in just betting normal size on turn, and pocket eight is gonna be called. Deuce eight fold, 6-9 fold. Pocket eights against the donk, we just have to be folding it, blocking the bluffs from the blind, don't having a heart in a multi-way, just gonna be leaving immediately. Okay, from the hand, I mean, not from the stream. Uh, this guy's a big whale and 57 7, and he has 16 blinds, 600 blinds. I apologize. I have troubles with the numbers in English. Don't know why. Also, when I made videos for poker strategy, it's always like when I need to think what 270. Yeah, I always get confused. So, guys, a quick bedroom break, and I hope I can make it without going sit out. So I will see. Up. I'll try to be fast. We folded aces. Did we fold aces? Just let me know. Okay, 6.5 there. But we are in the time for the queen jack suited. We have the old ZL here. Hey man. Opala, let's get the hoodie back in. Old ZL, I think he's also playing with us. The nickname is familiar, so yep, I think he is actually. Queen 3 folding, ace 5 folding, 3 7 folding, 2 7 is a fold. We have the new table ready, but we will not switching. We have all what we need. And we can change this one actually because we have the shorty there. Actually, yeah, we can do it. We have the shorty there, Rennie. We have two short stackers. Yep, I don't like playing against short stackers. Definitely. If I'm having the hand, I want to get immediately all in, all stack, full stack, and now we have all the tables. Maybe this table will be breaking. Let's see. If it will break, then we'll add new one. Guys, I also just to remind you, I will be giving, and from now, usually I will tell it on my Discord, percentage for my winnings in a session. If you're with me, if you're playing with me, you're gonna win with me. That's the way it's gonna be. I win, you win. Let's now go deeply in the range, deeply, and try to get some stacks in. 3.5, 3.5, 3.5 ISO folding table number one. Guy is a weaker player immediately. He's not full stack. He's calling small blind. Enough information. That is enough for us. Last few days also the a lot of players like this did leave with 16 to 700 blinds. So yep. Usually you don't want to squeeze this, but we're gonna do it. Because this guy will probably call with queen jack off and king jack off, so you want to be squeezing queen jack and king jack suited actually, and ace jack off and ace 10 off better than this. But yep, it's just too pretty for me to lay down. And this guy falls to squeeze really a lot, so yep. We're gonna go 1/3. We are shut down, great. We actually have a cool hand here. Wow, he's mergy. Let's go to a 3-bet. We have really good blockers to Jack X. We block Jack 10 and Queen Jack, which is really nice. And now this is really bad turn. Because his raising on the flop is really mergy, like we said. A lot of top pair hands. Ace 8, Ace Jack. We actually have to be checking a lot here because we're gonna check raise hand like aces quite often. We're gonna have some ace kings there where we can click it back. But yeah, a lot of our jack X are now in the shitty spot. We're gonna be calling to this size. And we'll be punished to get it straight. Yeah, but I think when he calls a check raise there, hand actually that can call our hand like a queen 10. Yeah, but now He wouldn't raise a queen 10 with the size that he uses. This is his merge size that he uses. You see the small sizes. And that's like small size on the turn. He's actually putting us in a Jack X, I would say. 8 6 of clubs. Hello there, man. Nice nickname. I always like 6 8 of clubs. Like more 6 7 of diamonds, but 6 8 of clubs is actually high in my range. Like the hand. Thank you. Thank you, man. I also sounds like a familiar nickname. Sounds like a familiar nickname, I must say. You see, there's like no bluffs in his range actually, you know. He's not raising pocket trees, and when I go click it back, he's now calling pocket trees, so or pocket fours or stuff like that. So actually, when he goes like this, and from what we see in the card, he's so merging, raising with a smaller size, his top pairs. Yeah, actually, the poker stars wanted us to call. You need to take that into account. They did give us 9x, so we have the straight, but actually it doesn't matter because it doesn't actually matter at all. King queen off, king queen suited, pardon. We are against this guy who has around 31% of range, around 5 is 3 betting, else is calling. We're gonna just check with our ace 4. You're gonna check a lot of weak aces against a limper, even hand like an ace 8 in this position, ace 9. You want to have them in the range, definitely, to be able to withdraw, because players that are limping will just realize that you're gonna ISO them with hand like good ace x hands. So actually, yeah, it's gonna be really important to check some really good hands like a king jack off, queen jack off, some good ace x hands like ace 8 off, ace 9 off. ISO them basically polarized. You will isolate them with the top of your range, like ace 10 off plus, like a good pocket pairs plus, and you're gonna do hands like 3 4 off, like 5 6, even worse than that, like 4 6, 4 7 off, like really bad hands that actually just want immediately folds. And when you just go like 6, when you go 6x with hand like when you go 6x like a hand with like a 3 4 off, you're gonna fold out a hand like a king 4 off. And when he actually calls you, your 3 4 has unblockers to his hands that are dominating you. So definitely polar approach there is also crucial. You ISO them polarized, because you want to have hands that can take hit on the boards that actually you don't have any strong hands when you limp. Uh, I'm only doing here really big sizer check. So yeah, really big sizer check. Sixes are gonna be checking there. Uh, this is his CBET 61%. This is his check fold in position. So the guy's not check folding. Let's see what his check calling turn. You see a lot of top pairs still, top pairs, middle pairs still in his range. So he can easily have hand like an ace 9 there. So yeah, we're just gonna be checking, and I'm actually folding here because his CBET is 61. So hence like his bluffs that hands like pocket deuces, threes, or fives, it's actually is going to be in a c-bet range, not in a delay range, and that we are actually only beating. Even we have the flush is the flush draw with our hand is not that big deal. It can be also a dead draw. So yeah, definitely we are just gonna be folding. It's also important to recognize what people are doing with their c-bets and checking ranges, because when you see somebody c-betting 60 to 70% and not check folding ever, that means his checking range is stronger and he has a lot of bluffs in the c-bet range. And you need to then know, because then his delay range is actually is going to be a lot stronger, and you want to call his c-bets more, not the other way around. And people are making mistakes in these spots, and that's like pretty similar when people are actually I'm gonna go with the big size here. When people are actually in three bet pots checking behind flops that are like really high c-bet frequency, they will never check back a bluff in these spots, because they know the board is really good for them, and they will just bluff their bluffs. Um, 6.4, 6.5, I think is fine. And here we're gonna go 7. Yeah, but I don't know why it's familiar. I'm not sure why, but yeah, like I saw the nickname somewhere. Glad to hear that, man. I appreciate it. All of you guys that are, I was just gonna call until we know the player. I'm not never gonna fold here. And this guy is always four betting. He like four bet 3 4 times still. And against this size, I'll be just having a five bet or fold range. Actually, I'm not gonna ever call a four bet. And we see that he's merged, so actually I'm just gonna five bet or fold against him. Especially I'm not gonna call some 4 point something x four bet, and I will just five bet or fold against him. And against this type of players, you just immediately start five betting them. And when you have the nuts, and you don't want to use just aces or kings, you want to be also having the linear bluffs like an ace queen off, like an ace jack suited, an ace 10. You're just acting like a 3 bet 4 bet spot against this type of guys. And that's just to explain it. It's really a low EV strategy that the guy is using. Fibs, we're gonna be checking. Weaker players tend to call ace deuce off, ace 3 off against UTG, so yep, R5's just gonna be in the check range. Queen 3 off, stuff like that. The guy is calling a squeeze there. Let's see what he's calling a squeeze generally. 27%, 24. Okay, we see nines. We have ace jack, but it was only too low squeeze size to 9. Queens calling a queens calling a squeeze. I would say his range is actually stronger than usual. I would say probably around nines plus. We are in a three-way here, and I'm just gonna still bet. Uh, I'm still gonna bet in a multi-way. Let's see how much he falls to a multi-way. Uh, Seems to fold a lot in multi-way spots. His range is strong. He's gonna have nines, tens, jacks, uh, queens, king, queen suited, ace, jack suited, something in that line. I think his range is. But our ace king is. We're gonna bet our aces and king always. We have a lot of ace queens, so yeah, we're just gonna be betting a lot of range there. Also, I'm gonna try to make more videos, and 8 6 of clubs. Check out the poker strategy. You have my blog there where I making a content. It it is interesting. We are going from limit to limit, and we will go from NL10 to NL500, where we will break limit by limit, just so people can see what they need to do to get from limit to limit. How is the difference between players, between regs, between weaker players, between fish? Everything will be there, and yeah, just check it out. It's really interesting, and you can also join my Discord. You have all the information, I think, even on Twitch about my Discord. Yep, and on my Discord we have really a lot of users of the breakthrough, but also a lot of really good players. And we are always thinking about strategies, everything, mixing it. So yeah, definitely talking about hands. So it can definitely be fun. So yep, just be sure to drop by. Actually, we are calling a lot of, but against this guy where he's distributing us a lot more than the GTO does, we're gonna go with a 4 bet. Actually, GTO calls a bunch of kings in this spot, so I'm also mixing a kings. So yep, eights are usually calling only. Yeah. Okay, eights in a multi-way. Let's see how this guy plays multi-way. This is multi-way pop-up. This is multi-way in position. 56% of bets are there. We see that he's bluffing with the low pocket pairs, which is okay. We're just gonna go 1/3, and let's see his checking range in position. I don't think he's checking back a lot of Jack X hands actually. So we're just gonna be calling easily. Let's see here. He knows to check some draws. He basically rep a Jack X there. And this guy is also on the Speary side, but through betting turn. I'm just gonna be calling my eights here. I don't think he would ever play a Jack this way. Yep, he has some draws checking behind, but he also bet them quite often. So yeah, with my pocket eights in the blocker, I'll be calling because yes, we block 7-8, but 7-8 is not that big big deal in his range actually. Maybe he's not even opening 7-8 suited, so it's not important here to block it or not. He basically, from what I see, he never checked back the Jack X, so he actually doesn't rep anything on the turn, and now on the river he actually reps basically a flush or a Jack X that check behind. And the guy is also on the superior side, so he will turn up with some random stuff. And when you just think about that random factor, everything changes. So 86 Club just started with the cash. Yep, I also play MTT and cash. I really enjoy playing MTTs, but it's much harder uh, for the mental state. Definitely a lot harder than cash because MTTs can kill your spirit when you get like bad beats in late phases. It can be like really easy call with Jack X. Um, it can be really devastating for your mental state. Yeah, but and in cash it doesn't matter. I mean, cash every day is a battle, new battle. You don't have any regrets. You just start every day fresh. Uh, I really enjoy that much more. But MDTs has some factor in me like a sport. It's like a competition. You're playing against everybody, like in a Suicide Squad. Only like you need to win against everybody. Not Suicide Squad. How is that Squid Game? What I'm saying. That Squid Game series. I watched that on Netflix, where you're basically fighting for your life. That's like tournament. You're fighting for your tournament life, and has for me that sport element, that competitiveness in it. You're alone against everybody trying to survive. Blinds are going up. They are putting obstacles in you, and you must go through all of them and finally win a tournament. Yep, for me, it's something closest to a sport that is in poker. Even the poker is like really close to sport. I would say like the game that has biggest ties with sport is poker because it has all the elements the professional athletes has to have to be successful in. We have the new table. So definitely MTTs are something that I also really enjoy. And yep, maybe I will stream in Sunday, the Sunday million, 7.5 millions on PokerStars alongside with few good tournaments. I usually play till 500, so I try to satellites also for 1k, but I'm still I don't. I mean, it's a pity for me when I think you need to give 1k for tournament. I mean, because in the end you're gonna go in so many all-ins and so much luck will be involved. So yeah, basically I'm playing to 500, and if I get lucky on satellites, I will play this 1k. So I usually go 2 bullets from satellites. So if it goes our way, goes. If not, not. A really bad hand for us to continue. I would actually quite call hand like a 4-5 suited or 5-6 suited than a queen 5. So yep, I will be just folding it. And here on the flop it's also fold, and we are 3 betting king 10 suited. This table will be probably breaking. We are on the on the list to another one. So yep, we can play some heads up if there will be action. I enjoy heads up also very much. I'm gonna be folding there in these positions with the king 10, and his 4-bet range is 1%, 1.8. So yeah, we're just gonna be folding it. Yes, MPTs are just insanely variance heavy. Yep, I agree. Because when you just lost around like 30 to 40%, 30 to 40 plays, basically you get like nothing basically, and all the money is in the final table. So yeah, here we want to be 1/3 a lot and 2/3, 2/3 with queens and jacks. Folding actually, jack 9, queen 9, jack 9 sometimes. Against 12% it's okay. Against 12% it's okay. So because that's ace jack off there, ace jack off, uh, eights plus, maybe sevens, suited connectors. I think it's fine. Queen 9 will be calling. Ace 9 is actually always a call in the heads up. I'm gonna check back. Ace 9 is a call. We are calling king queen, king jack. Okay, his c-bet is standard on the 8-9-3, so yep. Ace 9 is a fold on the turn. Yep, also these bounty tournaments are also like really variance heavy, really, because bounty changed the changed everything, and people play them a lot more different. They are just easy to get the money in. Yes, I agree definitely that's the case. Okay, we are opening small blind versus big blind with our ace 5 against. I put him as a fish, but he's more as a weaker reg. 4-6 we're gonna be folding. King 5 we're gonna be opening. King 5 we are gonna be opening. We can also step turn with our queen 9 hand. It's not that bad. King 5 is a fault. Big blind versus cutoff. King 6 also, queen 4 also. Let's get some hands, guys. We don't get anything basically, but there were some interesting concepts, so that's something. Now we need to have to get some hands or some spots actually good for our range. We don't need hands if the spot is good for our range, and if we are against a player that understand that. Queen 6 on the king jack 4, we're gonna be folding. King queen will be mixing 3 bets and calls against 3x. Against 3x of the size. King 4 10. What we're gonna do? We need to raise pretty often this hand. Call check raise fold turn frequently, so yeah, we're just gonna use 3.5x. We're gonna fold everything. King queen is mandatory raise on the flop. Mandatory raise. You are always raising king queen because you don't have actually a lot of king queens that are flatting 3 max big blind versus button. You need to have it sometimes because it's important to have them so you can have board coverage on the broadways, so you can have straight and a 2 pair. But yeah, definitely you don't have them frequently, and that's why it's your best king x hand that you don't have frequently, and it's actually a good. I'm gonna float the guy here with this hand, and on the turn we're gonna go with an overbet. With our 5-9 we have 2 live cards, so our range is crushing it, so we can do it. 10.10, I think 10 is okay. Cutoff versus small blind, okay. Ace deuce is gonna be folding, ace 3 also. Tournaments are brutal and unfair, says Ivan. Yep, I mean, they are just brutal. I wouldn't say unfair, but I would say unfair. I must say, I would say sometimes really unfair and brutal, and it can just crush your. We're having a 4-bet, mixing 4-bet and a call. I'm just gonna call this time. He's 3-betting more than 40%. Against us, it's more, even more. So yep, and yep, pretty like always. He should be betting basically range in this spot, and he does. So when he is actually checking there, we'll just go with an overbet. He's checking the range in the spot that he should. He's checking the hand in the spot where he should be betting the range. Yeah, we're just gonna go all in on the river. Yeah, I'm still gonna go all in always on the rivers. And he's betting the range in every spot, and now he's suddenly checking the nuts. He's betting 85%. I mean, I would just bluff everything against this type of guys and shove like all my value hands. Actually, always. Yeah. You see, like, I mean, it's so disgusting this play. You're not you need to bet range and you check your nuts. I mean, I will just write this down. So this is so insanely bad that I just can't say. I will just write it down. So every like if he's doing something like that, then you need to check raise the shit out of this guy. Okay. King 9 will be calling. Mixing a 3-bet also is okay. Ace 8 4 2 tone, turn is a 10. The guy check. This guy has low c-bet frequency. Uh, Usually the guys are always over bluffing this type of boards, over c-betting them. So we're gonna be We are gonna be checking the turn. This his check 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 fold, so he's usually, I mean, I would just not bluffing, not gonna bluff this. This guy needs to be check range on the flop. We're gonna be raising the guy. Okay, and here we're gonna mix calls and raises. We're gonna go like this. Okay, folding there. Jamming the river. Yeah, really, really gross hand. Really gross hand. Still hurts. Still hurts. We have clear call. Usually I'm calling this combination. I'm four betting. Also, almost or more than 40% is a four bet. Ace jack off. So I'm gonna call this one. And on the jack 10, what we want to be doing, I think actually it hits also his range really nicely. Okay. His bluffs in a polarized range. Let's see his double barrels. I'm gonna go like check raise like this. I'm gonna fold without blockers on the flop. I think people will just bet range on these boards. And actually, if he's using polar strategy, he has Jack 7 off, Jack 8 off, Jack 9 off, and he has Jack deuce to Jack 5 suited around 30%. So, yep, think betting range is okay play. This is multi-way pot, and usually I have a check range there when I'm against the reg, but when I'm against a weaker player, I have a bet range, and I will bet hands like for protection, hands like eights and nines. In this spot, I would check with the jacks and queens. I would put some ace x hands also into the check range. Uh, we'll go usually one third. Usually one third in a multi-way is way to go. On the flop, on the turn, you still don't want to be too big. Uh, and the river we're just gonna be bet two thirds. He's gonna have bunch weaker ace x hands that we're gonna have, and we actually don't know what this means. I mean, is he jamming ace seven, ace eight? We just don't know. So I'm never folding with the queen of hearts. It looks like he has ace four. Basically, it looks like that, but yeah, we don't know what weaker player we're gonna be showing, so we're gonna be calling. He looks like ace four or pocket trees, but I mean, it's a multi-way pot. We are against a guy that's playing 41-0 and we don't know what is value for him. If he's having on the river like ace 10, how I know that he's not gonna jam that? Okay, ace 10 is a full house, but hand like a ace jack or ace 9, so there's no way with the queen of hearts I'm ever folding the river. Bet folding to give 20 for 110. It's not gonna be happening very much or at all. On that Jack 10, actually, we can slow play a lot, and actually, I think that when we think about our range, we still call hands like a King Jack off to a 3 bet. We're mixing a 4 bet. We have some Queen Jack offs. Um, we're having Jack 8 suited plus. So we have decent amount of the Jack X, but he has more. So we need to also slow play a lot. So slow play has sense the worst Jack X and the best Jack X, so you protect your range. And you put the best of your Jack X like an Ace Jack there because you can then shove the river on their like value bets. You can shove river for value, so you have also the ability to bluff raise the river actually. So that's important to always put your range like that. So you protect with your worst, but you also put some of your bests, and we actually now did check raise our best. So instant clear check against a weaker player that has a lot of versus ace x hands. So clear checking. We just need to get hands, guys. The people will call us. We will get action. We just need to get some hands. King Jack, I'm gonna be calling. The guy's opening 80%, so we're gonna act like it's a UTG open and 3x. So there's also argument of actually folding here. But yeah, I think clear block on the river. We're still getting value from the hands like jacks, queens, tens. That he's basically gonna bet them most of them. We're gonna bet bigger size on the queen 9-9 against weaker player. And here actually, yeah, let me see his went to showdown. Yep, I'm just gonna double barrel ace deuce actually. A lot of hands in his range will be queen 10, queen 9, queen jack, king 9, king, like he has like a 7x that's just gonna be in a tough spot on the turn and be actually folding. His went to showdown is low. We have the brutal range advantage, that means we can bluff without equity. Ace deuce, our worst ace x hand. I don't see what else we can do with it. Now this guy calls a small blind, which should also never be happening. We're not gonna be bluffing multi-way. What do I think about 3-3 flat on the button? Uh, I think it's okay if you have a big blind or small blind is weaker players. Yep. Actually, now I'm gonna just be betting, and I'm gonna go 1/3. We can still check hands like an ace 8 suited in this spot. So yep. And this guy likes to raise versus delay with his value and use the really enormous size. You see, he used this as with the ace blocker, but he also is doing it with a lot of value, and that's like we're gonna go into the multi-way pop-up. Mm, yeah, unfortunately there's no sample here, but yeah, uh, I actually put some hands against him where he did spew in that line, but also he always plays value in this exactly the same way. So yeah, our hand is always folding, and he's actually that's why we need to check some strong hands on the flop. You always need to have strong hands that can face a hit. So checking aces in a multi-way, you just need to do it sometimes. I would basically always check the top set and bet with other sets, because when you have the aces and you're in the multi-way, you're not gonna get much of the action. You don't need to have flat range. Actually, Jack six. I'm gonna be calling. A6 of clubs. You don't have to have ever a flatting range on the button. You can, if the blinds are not squeezing enough. If the blinds are weaker players, then you can have and play in position. It's nice, but usually solvers does 4 to 5% mixed hands in. So I also use 4 to 5% also, but I do it mostly when we have weaker players in blinds. Then you have the most value from this. If usually if that's not the case, just go with the strategy uh, of three betting or folding. I think that's also good. Uh, Again, we're gonna bet bunch on this board. He folds decent amount on the c bet out of position 43. Immediate. Let's see what he did call. He did actually. He actually did float ace 3-7 with 8-10, but it was only in 1/5. You see now, I think flatting is a really good option, because you have really a small blind and a big blind that are weaker players. Then actually, it becomes really nice. Um, he's c-betting actually not that much. I'm gonna turn this hand into bluff, because he should be checking the range on this board, and I'm just gonna be raising in position with my pocket fours. Uh, we have threes and sixes, and we're gonna have some ace x like ace three or ace six suited, and when he's betting on the flop that is a check range, you actually want to attack. And pocket fours are really nice. Uh, you can bluff on some turns, you can turn it into bluff on some rivers, so actually it's nice. You need to also then include 8 6 of clubs, you need to include hands like an ace queen off in the range just to be good on broadways. Some king queen suited or king jack suited, just you have the broadways and you can have some straights and flushes. Some ace 4 ace 5 suited, ace 3 suited, ace 8 suited. So GTO is mixing everything. 4 to 5% of range, like it's decent amount. It's decent enough to have board coverage, mixing some suited connectors that play multi-way really well. So yeah, if the blinds are weaker players, you're not going to be squeezed enough. You're going to play pot in position with a hand that generally plays well multi-way. If you're having the like suited aces, you're going to go often into the check behind here. You're going to be often going into the or flushing people, and yeah, it's going to be a good result for you definitely. I think he's pretty polarized when he used this size on here. I'm just gonna go with slightly raise like this, uh, not bigger, and turn this into bluff because he's not really betting ace x here. I feel like he's having hands like a king 10 or jacks or queens that check wanted to check raise, and we have all the like we have ace 3, we have ace 4, so I will just turn my 7-10 into bluff. This guy doesn't bluff with this size, but he actually bet folds this size a bunch. So turning this into bluff, it feels a little bit more strong, but we actually did use the size that is having sense as a bluff raise. So I think it's fine. It's gonna be fine. You see that his bet folding when he used the small bet is okay. Is like 80%. You can just do it without problems. After betting turn, when he actually uses it's gonna be always uh, like a semi-strong hand, middle. Here's like Jack 10, Jack. Mostly it's gonna be like hands like middle pairs actually. So yeah, I'm gonna go like this, and he's bet folding that a bunch. So yeah, we're not gonna be ever good when he bets it, and I like to turn this type into the bluff, and we actually have a lot of ace x that check behind the flop. We have also two pairs, and when you put all that together, my size looks like best for that type of range that I'm raising. Some two pairs that got in on the rivers, and some like ace 9 with the 9 of diamonds is actually really easy to just raise for value there. Let's bet like this, and let's mark him as a weaker player also. We're gonna check the river now. We are raising, three betting here. We're gonna go 12 and king queen. We're gonna be opening 10-4. We're gonna limp in. We're gonna join the party. King queen suited. We hope we get action all of it. This is strange. The guy's limping, then calling a three bet, and he's calling a three bet. Ah, he had ace queen. Gonna be checking in a multi-way. I think now we need to be polarized. I mean, we're gonna check some like traps, like jacks, like aces, and now we're just gonna be more polarized. I'm just gonna go with the bigger size. Even we are multi-way, and actually we don't prefer this size. Yep, I'm just gonna go with this size, and I'm gonna go to 1.5 here. This guy can easily check ace queen still, but our hand is actually really nice to be bluffing with. We can get on the river. We have the fold equity, so yeah, really nice hand to be betting, and into delay line, really nice. It's a multi-way pot. We're not gonna bet range, so yep, we're gonna have checks. We're gonna check aces. We're gonna check some traps. We're gonna check hand like an ace 10 suited, hand like an ace queen. So definitely nice pot. Can we get at least some real hands? We need some real hands. That would be nice. Board that is great for a range, but we're against a weaker player, then doesn't mean anything because this guy will have ace 10 off. So suddenly, I'll go 1/4 actually, just for him to fold hand like 9-10 suited, or even he's not gonna fold that, or hand like a queen 9, which he's not gonna be folding. And yep, gonna be folding this and checking back here. We just lost this hand. It's not worth to bluff this type of player. 37 went to showdown, bunch of top pairs in it. It's just not worth to bluffing it with our hand. Just admit, not great spot. Yeah, we're just gonna get out of it. We're gonna be three betting nines or opening nines, but we're gonna something do with nines, and we're gonna go to actually three betting them. Against Darius, I'm just gonna be check backing our ace high and blocking the king highs, so not gonna be value betting my ace high. Nines wants to be bet at the big size. The guy is also four betting a bunch and he's using merged, so I would expect a lot of jacks, queens immediately. Four betted against us. You see he's against us. Let me see premiums, aces, jacks. Okay, I just know that his range is merger. Uh, Sixes, sevens are there. Ace highs in a float range are there. We're gonna be betting the turn with our hand. Actually, we get value from sixes, sevens, still ace high, still backdoor spades, and our hand is a clear check. He can have basically tens that are beating us in this way. Okay. Only tens I see that he can have that didn't decide to four bet in these positions, but actually nothing else. So not that bad of the spot. King 5 is a call for me. Big blind versus button in the 3 bets and fold of the flop. We are also 4 max, so it's standard call, not. And this guy, you see, his c-bet is really high and his check fold is really low. And when you see something like that, and you get the ace high boards, which they're gonna over c-bet a bunch, we're just gonna be then careful because he will always have a hand, and we're not gonna be ever faced to check fold on this spot when they're checking. And he's, let me see, his check fold. I mean, I would check really a lot of ace x against him. Let's see his check. This is his check fold. So zero. Yep. I'm just gonna give up in this spot. Uh, we're gonna go 1/3 bunch now. 1/3 or over bet is just only possibilities we can do. And now he looks like some like jacks or queens, but yep, he always has a hand. He's not gonna believe us in this line. And now we're gonna use a slight orbit like what, like this. We are now wrapping the ace-x. We're gonna have still most of the times now when we bet that small on the turn. Now we're just gonna go with an orbit 1.5 on the river because our hand is now decent enough for that. So yep. Actually, I'm gonna be calling here. I don't know. Against him, he just has a hand. Against him, it's just not worth it because he's not gonna have ace queen here, and he's not gonna have hands like an ace 10 suited or ace jack suited. So I don't need to defend. I just need to shove. He's gonna have queens, jacks, ace king. And he's not gonna fold ever to a shove again when we are shoving. So yeah, it's the best way just to shove against this type of guy. Let's survive this at least. Great. Let's see what the guy called there. Eights. You see, like pretty bad call with eights. Definitely. So let's get some hands. We deserve it. We are playing good today. I feel really good. I feel motivated, good. I think I will also streaming tomorrow, guys. I will stream maybe even in Sunday. And the giveaway, I will also make giveaways. So even now, if you are having winning session, I'm gonna give you a percentage. Today will be 15% for my winnings. To two best comments, questions. We didn't have like many interesting ones today. Questions about strategy, discussions. I will always gonna reward it. So if I'm winning, you're gonna win with me. And yep, I'm gonna try to show you how poker is really, really interesting game. uh, how it's interesting to playing your range, how people don't play ranges. You see how much today we faced. The guy just checked behind with the jack 10 against us and has a straight when we have two pair. Yep, it's gonna happen, but the guy didn't play the range. We did. We actually did. He checked behind the spot that he should never be checking behind. Yep. What there's like two options you can do. You can check range on the turn, or you can bet a shit on the turn. There's like two strategies you can get, and every strategy has the merit. So we need to just think. Uh, a lot of merits is to go when they need to bet range and they check. You just go into the checking the whole range again. Has the merits because they're doing imbalances in their range, and that imbalances is lacking bluffs, and you just check all of your range so you can be uncapped and face their next decision that's gonna be mostly because they always have actually a hand. Their situation will be mostly they will bet somewhere in the hand. So yeah, that's the reason why you can use this other merit. But in this spot I actually just decided, fuck this guy, I'm just gonna be smaller size here. We have ace king. We basically our ace king wants to be betting on 1/3. I think a lot still 1/3 here. We have really good hand, and this guy is really aggressive against us, and he's wrapping a flush or a straight, and yep. We're just gonna be calling the river. That doesn't have a sense now. You see that the play doesn't have sense. If it does induce, I don't see any hand that is check raising the turn basically and now wants to block bet the river. If you're having ace 9 or if you're having the ace 9s, it why don't you just bet the bigger size? So feel like this can be induce me to shove, and I was just gonna be folding. Basically the only hand that he reps that we can get value from is ace 9, and yet it was induced bluff. Okay, thank you for giving us this cheap price. He actually wanted me to bluff with the ace king and with the ace of diamonds or king of diamonds, and he did try that a couple of times. So I just remembered, and yeah, ace 9 he wouldn't ever play like that, and he would check raise ace 9 against me because when I use this small of the size on the turn, actually, yeah, actually he couldn't do it against me with ace 9, and ace 9 has like a block bet sense to get like thin value from ace king or ace 10. But yeah, he wouldn't do it. I know the guy, he never do it with ace 9. So actually I felt that it was just for me to induce raise, and he's giving us actually great odds. So yeah, and just remember, the way he plays, he will always try to check raise with value against me in all lines. So he will double check his value. He's always doing that. So what that means, we're gonna attack fearlessly his stepping ranges. We're gonna raise them and shove on the river often, just because yep, he's doing something imbalance, and I'm just gonna be raising here. 7.2. I'm gonna have check range in this flop. 7-6-3 against a weaker player that he can have 4-5 off, 6-7 off. So we are uncapped here. We can have 4-5 suited. We can have pocket threes, pocket sixes, pocket sevens. We want to value from our from all the weaker hands, from the 7x, from the draws. Yeah, we're calling queens. Because he can see us capped here, but we're actually not capped there. We are having a check range on the flop, so I'm not capped. I'm just gonna check the river. I would call any bet on the river if he bets. Ace queen on the ace deuce six. We're gonna start with small bet. 1/3. Way to go. Guys overfolding a bunch there. Glorian, exactly. Yep, you see, man. I get you. Induce raise. Thanks, man. Induce raise. It was induce raise, but yep. But if you shout, I would call. I have the hand, and you did spew on me in this type. You remember that hand with 5 6 of clubs. You remember it. Actually, I'm gonna go with an overbet here because his ranger is stronger on the flop. You remember that hand with the 5 6 of clubs when you call a small blind and the board where I have a queen 10 and the queen was on the river. So yeah, you remember that. So I think you should be just shoving the river with your hand. I think yeah. If you're bluffing, you're never using this block bet size. So and doesn't you want to block bet hands that can get value that can get value from the worst hands, but actually are not strong hands. So, and I don't see any hand except an ace nine that has sense to be doing it. And ace nine is still strong enough for be betting. So you still get value from queen jack, yeah, from ace king or ace ten. Which ace ten I don't believe that I would play like this, but ace king I would definitely bet always on the turn with the blockers with this size, with my bluffs, with hands my pocket pairs or with a diamond like deuces, threes, and fours on the turn. Yeah, I mean you just have to be betting on the river. But I guess you saw me that I would probably try to fold you out of the two pair, but it's not working that great trying to fold out people from two pairs. Not working that great in last few days. Yep. We're calling the pocket sixes there, and we have the new songs ready. The new songs ready in. And also, Glorian, welcome to the stream. I'm not sure what we want to do here. Usually I like to three bet these hands, but not against this opening. Deuce 3 is gonna be calling for me. Deuce 6 9. Deuce 6 9. Big size, yep. It's always a big size in this flop or check. I'm gonna call. Falling on the turn without the heart. Block bet doesn't have sense. Check fold the river has. He can really bet still 9x on the river without any problems. Hand like a Jack 9, Queen 9, Ace 9. Easy, easy, easy bet check bet line. His bet check bet actually is bluffy, but our hand is actually always folding. I don't have anything else I can do there with my hand. I'm actually really happy to go to the showdown for 1/3. Really happy. 5 9 off, nothing. 5 8 suited, nothing. Ace queen will be three betting. Uh, we will use again polar size 12.6. Let's see in a deep pop-up how this guy plays deep. So this guy actually doesn't call three bets at all deep. Let's see what he called. It's 150 blinds plus just to see his range and how he played his range. Folding a bunch immediately on flops, and his range is strong because yeah, he's not actually calling very often. Branay, man, didn't hear you and see you and anything. Thank you, man. Yep, I just have the time. Like I said, I'm back to my home. I was like almost half a year in Germany uh, with my parents. I need to help them with some personal stuff, and I just couldn't stream there or anything. Actually, I couldn't even play iPoker there on the Red Star. I was basically only playing Stars and Super Sport Poker, uh, working on my game when I have the time, and I didn't stream. And yeah, actually, I will correct that, and I will try to stream. Actually, against this guy, I'll call Ace Queen and like three bet bluff with the Ace 10 or Ace 9 because he's folding a bunch to three bets, and I want to put some Ace Queens into call range. So yep, I will be more. I will try to be more regular now. I also did make a lot of time. A lot of time has consumed making that content for poker strategy, and I'm gonna do it in future. Uh, Poker strategy is like really full of really uh, good people there that really wants the best for their guys, give them really good content, and I'm just gonna give them straight things that actually works, because today you have bunch of coaches, nobody beat anything, but they are coaches. They tell people that they're coach poker. I can tell you one thing: only one that can teach you how to play poker is somebody that is crushing or winning in a high amount. Only that type of guys can teach you how to play, and not the guys that played 5 years ago that everything is changed, because everything has changed now. Today, multi pots are changed strategy. Block bets are like insanely high EV. How can they teach you that? Because before 5 years, nobody ever block bet. You say Glorian is. I mean, actually, yeah, it's basically I'm beating only a pure bluff in that spot. Pure bluff with a 3x spot on the river. But actually, I called most of the table dynamics that we had, and actually, you just repped really narrow range. You repped like a trips combinations that called small blind because the fish was there. It was like really narrow range that you repped, and yeah, it was not easy call. I mean, it was 3x spot. It's not easy to call ever 3x, because who will here shout 3x when you have players like this, players like Nitz? They were not gonna show it. And actually, I'm not sure. I didn't check you on the team stat name. I I put you as a weaker rank just based on my impression, which can be wrong. I'm not sure. Uh, I didn't check the team stat name because my subscription is over, and I'm not sure now. I need to renew it or buy smart hand just to see if you're winning reg or not, because actually I don't know. I'm just doing it about my impressions. About other guys, I mostly check them out on the team stat name, so I know if they're winning regs or not. Usually the red one, the red color is the winning regs. We had a clear call there with our hand, 12.4, and clear fold there. Gonna be three betting up there. Queen six gonna be folding. We squeeze the ace king. The guy called. The guy is really tight. So I think the range that he's gonna call is gonna be really strong range. He's not gonna have ever flush here. That's good. So we're gonna be betting bunch. We're gonna just lower the size. I'll just lower it even like 20%. And actually, we're gonna hear also 1/4. I think it's the real good strategy. Yes. So you see here. Yep. He's just gonna be calling a bunch of the Broadway hands. And we're just gonna be really passive here. We're just gonna go 1/4 on the turn, and we're gonna block bet the river. Nomads is actually a winning player on the team stat name, but he's actually doing so many leagues that I just can't put him as anything else, because he's bet folding rivers 80%. Uh, yeah, we have clear call there, and actually now we have actually highly range advantage. He doesn't have ever a king of diamond there that's raising, except a king 10 of diamonds, which is straight flush. He's not going to raise it ever. Yep, we just have to be shoving there. I would turn a hand like an ace 10 into bluff there, guys. I would turn even like hand like an ace queen into bluff or ace jack. He's just not never gonna have a king of diamond, yep, and we're gonna have the king of diamond actually. Opening. Definitely turning the two pair into bluff, guys. We don't have what else to we're gonna bluff. We're gonna bluff ace jack. We're gonna bluff ace queen. We're gonna bluff ace 10 because he just can't have king of diamonds that is racing the turn ever. Only king 10 of diamonds, which is straight flush, which is royal flush. I apologize. So yep. And actually, we didn't play that much, so I still don't know much about your game. But I will say this: I think when to showdown is really really high, which indicates that you're probably overcalling many spots. So I like the aggression you have on the river. I really appreciate when players actually put you in tough spots on the river, so I appreciate that. But still, I just can't like rate you. To be honest, I mean, you can be a really good reg or really weak reg. My impression for now, until like these few days we play, I saw some bad plays. Uh, like over betting in the spot where your range actually wants to be block betting. It doesn't matter if you have the nuts or you have a bluff. That's what I notice. I notice when calling in some spots that are actually always a fault. This is your fold versus river, which is you see on the lower side, but you actually fold to a big size more. Let's see the hands that you're actually calling with the bigger size. You see to pot you still call, but to all bet you actually always calling just the pure nuts, and you called here with the eights, but it was against me, so I understand. But yeah, actually I just can't rate it now, and I don't have team stat names, so yep, we're just gonna be raising here. The guy is always having a hand there, always. I'm gonna check behind. When the weaker player is donking the flop into the fish, he always has the hand. I just need to think now what he has. I'm gonna go with a pot bet. He can easily have 7, 8, 8, 9 there. And we look, yeah, we just look like shit now. We just look like a six that got to the river, but yeah, he's not value betting with this size, and he's not turning. I mean, he can turn 7-9 into bluff there. He can, but this guy, I don't think he's gonna be doing it. Yeah, we look like a six that got on the river. That's the problem. And I always, when I look like a six that got into the river, and we actually have the nut straight. Yeah, but I'm just gonna be fold. He would fast play his hand like a 10 jack, or I'm just gonna be folding it. I'm gonna call ace king there always, and fold to 3x there. Pretty gross spot, yeah. Pretty gross spot. I don't know what else I can say. This is the situation where we will most likely get run into the aces actually. This guy is really really tight. When I called for bet him, he's gonna shove with aces. Against me, he would maybe go with the ace king suited, but not that great. This is actually a call. Yeah, but this guy is. I'm gonna call queens. Uh, Really good board for our bluffing range. Really good board. I'm raising the flop here. 6, 7, 8. He's gonna be over betting, and he still have nines, tens, jacks always, and he's gonna bet range on most boards. So yep, like this. And I expect a check shove here or check raise for this guy, and that I'm just stabbing really low size. Oh, we did get check fold. Great. This guy will fold tens and jacks on the turn, which is not great. That's why I also lowered the size down. But yep. I actually have 28 went to showdown on my 500,000 hands on stars. And I folded pocket dates because I was trying to figure out the stats. Nomads has two big blinds on. Yep, he has 2 3 when I was looking at it. So yeah, I'm gonna call that. He has 2 or 3 when I looked at him. Uh, I mark him as a weak reg. We played a bunch. We played 18k hands. Has too many big leaks. Look at this. I mean, I'm gonna help you with him, but look at his bet folding. So out of position when he bets river with a overbet or pot, he folds to raise 80%. He folds to raise 60, 60, 80 against after betting the turn, which signalized that the range is like really heavily value heavy because the guy is not aggressive on the rivers. He bet folds even that range like 99, 50, okay, 25 here, but again, over 60% range. We're gonna call there because we have a phenomena which is a fish also in the big blind. So his bet folding is insanely high. What else? This guy range is tighter, so yeah, we're just gonna join the party. Uh, Let me see what else. He's check raising. Uh, look at this. He's falling to check raise a bunch. In position to check raise. Look at this. 38, 29, and then he folds everything on river. So this is the guy that's gonna bet the top pair. You're gonna check raise him. He's gonna call flop and turn and fold every single river if he doesn't improve. And what is this guy doing also? Repping. I don't think he has pocket five severs, so he reps jacks and ace jack suited. This guy is also like really. I would say. I mean, I saw that he's winning, but I would say that he's really bad. I mean, really bad. And on the Winter Showdown, yeah, I had 28, but you need to also include. I'm doing really a lot of block betting. Also, I use block bets most than anybody on the pool, and I block bet a lot. So I will go to a showdown way more than if you're not using the block bet strategy. Yep. Glorian probably has ace king here, I would say, or ace queen, but I mean, I would snap the guy off because this is the guy that can have like no equity here in this spot. I mean, and he can turn hand like jack, like a king jack into bluff. That's also a thing that he does. On my Discord, Glorian, you can freely join if you want. A lot of guys from Stars are also there, and we talk about strategy and we work on our game, going through hands. And I post a few hands that we play heads up, and he was like mega tilting in 5 minutes of heads up that we played. So I would never fold ace queen and ace king. And I guess you had when you were thinking about it. Uh, and actually, if, when he's raising, I would just be shoving ace king most of the times on the flop because he shouldn't be raising in a multi-way in this spot. His range is full of hands. Like he shouldn't be having fives and yeah, a lot of nines, tens, eights, a lot of hands like ace jack, ace ten suited, ace queen suited, some of the ace kings. So I would say, okay, ace king has sense. Maybe he has it for value, but I don't think he would ever raise jacks here in the multi-way when I'm still behind, and I don't think he would raise ace jack. So if he's having ace king or bluff, I would say. Branais asks interesting questions. Really interesting question. How much you rely on timing tells? Wow, that's like a really tough question. How much I rely on time tells? Time tell can give you glory or fuck you up real hard. That's how much I rely on them. I don't rely on them, but I pay close attention to them. They can help you sometimes, but it can also fuck you up because yeah, I'm also mixing some in some spots where I'm actually having the nuts, but I'm still deeply thinking about my range. I'm gonna time it out. In some spots, I'll have the bluff and also time it out and just shove my bluff. So yeah, it can fuck you up, but it can be helpful also. Don't tell me about his leaks, okay? Fair enough, but I mean it's obvious from the HUD also. This is fault to river, but fair play. I appreciate fair play. But also, I mean, I don't appreciate. I mean, he's trying to be aggressive on the flop and turn, and then shut down on the river. I generally underappreciate these type of players. If you rep flop and turn, if you and you get to the river, be a hero on the river also. You know, be a hero on the river also. So I appreciate the player that will follow up through rivers. And I will tell you the pool of on stars is actually under following up on the river in bunch of spots. You can do that in the range research. Uh, yeah, I mean Jack 10 is actually when you think not that great, but yep, you're actually blocking. If you're having King Jack, yep, then I would think about it because with the King Jack you block the Ace King and the Ace Jack, and also you block Pocket Jack. So King Jack is insanely good there. Yep, I would say. Let's see how much this guy raises. Let's go for a little less of the size. They're both folding a bunch on squeezes, so yep. Let's see what the guy is calling a squeeze with. He's always folded to squeeze as a caller. Are we gonna three bet sevens? We're gonna use uh, 7x, 3 point something x to the 7 big blinds. I meant cutoff versus button calls around 10% range. That says that he's gonna call ace queen off. He's gonna call deuces also, and he should be calling all pocket pairs when I go from when he goes from 2.2 to a 7. I don't agree with that. I think Anarchy. I mean, Anarchy also plays 500. Uh, Anarchy is real good player, really good player. I mean, and if you're playing, I play NL 200 and 400 on iPoker, and if you can beat NL 400 on iPoker, you can beat all the stakes through to 1K on other sides because NL 400 on iPoker is much tougher, or NL 500 on Stars is much tougher than NL 1K on Global or VCOP or GG or Star or sites like that. So yeah, I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that. I'm gonna fold pocket trees. And also, you need to know that people that play NL200 Zoom, a bunch of them play like to 1K without problems, and yeah, it's they're full of really good players there. For example, Gachu is not really good player. Gachu, Anarchy, these guys would beat like MTT Field like crazy. And for example, I play NL500 on my site, Super Sport Poker. It's our Croatian poker site, and like whoever beats like Nomads would crush there. Like he would kill NL500 on that side. Uh, what's the good win rate at NL 200? I always wanted to. I don't know answer to that question, because the time changed. Before when I started to play, they told me that 4 BBs is like crushing it, and I had 10 BBs on stars, so it's not crushing it. Then 4 BB is not basically crushing anything. I would say that ah above 5. Okay, I would say like I would try to say like 7 and more is like really good. And 4, I mean the time changed, and I think the 4 is not crushing anymore. Queen 9 we're gonna be folding. Jack 9 Queen. I'm gonna just check it back. And on some sites, guys, on some sites, I have a friend that is the biggest winner on 888 poker in history, and he was actually banned from the site. And you can check the guy up on the Team Statname or whichever or Smart Hand. It was his nickname is Uskebasi, so check it out on 888. He's long-time winner with 19 BBs in like 7 years of playing there, and he played NL 200 to NL 1K. Wow, this is really strange play. We block King Jack, and I'm not sure if this guy. I mean, he's passive it seems, but I didn't ever play against him. We're gonna have better hands. Yep, we're gonna have some Queen X, but we're also not blocking like 9 Jack or 10 Jack here. So yep, I'm just gonna be calling until I know the guy. Okay, key turn King 9 into bluff, because I don't think like he's basically why he's not check raising now with the Queen X. That was my question in my head. Or why he's not stabbing a Queen X. And would he ever call with the hand like a King Jack here? I don't think so. Yeah. Jack 9 is a fold against this size. Glorian has 7 BBs. On how many hands, man? I didn't check you out on the team stat name, so I don't know. I put you as a weak reg just based on my impression and the hands that we had, like table dynamics that we had, and some calls that you made. But like I said, I can be easily wrong. I didn't check you out. So, how much hands do you have? How much hands do you have? I want to know then. I have now 550k 550k hands on PokerStars, and I played it only in last 11 months. When I have the breakthrough program for hand to note, I started to play there here. I played before something like really little on stars, so I basically started before. It's not like almost a year. I started before a year, and yeah, 550k hands I played, and really a lot because I'm only for tabling. I'm not mixing it. Yep, 7 BBs if you are having a bigger sample, then yep. But from what I saw, I didn't see you in the team stat name database. I would remember it. So I'm not sure what is your sample actually. We're gonna go 1/3 on ace 10 because he doesn't have deuces in the range, and that's like quite important. And we block tens, and he's gonna have half of the ace queens, or even more, like 60 uh, of percent of the ace queen off in the call range. Let's see a cutoff versus small blind here, around 11%. So suited connectors are there. Yeah, we're just gonna be checking our mainly our king 10. We're gonna check hands like an aces on the turn. We're gonna be checking hands like an ace jack, some of the ace queen, occasional ace king. We're gonna betting most of our uh, pocket tens. We're gonna be betting. We're gonna bet most of our ace king. We're gonna bet hands like a queen jack, like always. Yeah. And now if he jams, it's gonna be tricky because we block now king queen, and he's not gonna ever turn queen jack into bluff. We are still beating the hands like pocket fours and pocket fives that gonna always call a flop and bluff. But yep, against this guy, I'll just be falling to 4.5x. Yep, I'm gonna call there with ace jack suited. I think most of my ranges want to be calling. I would fold to river to this guy. Low aggression on the river. Like I would be folding without to him. I'm gonna be 3 betting ace jack off. This is a multi-way pot. So I don't expect this guy to just bluff with a queen 10 of hearts on the flop in the multi-way. Or a queen jack or a king 10. And now continue to bluff it like this, so I'll be folding. 200k hands. Yeah, 200k hands is a decent amount sample. If it's that, then I will promote you to a reg, to winning reg. I didn't know. I didn't check you out. I don't have that team stat name because they are not allowing me to pay with the with the skrill. Uh, I need to like do up with the Bitcoin, and I'm not using crypto. So I'm basically in the dark when I don't have the sample. So yep, not. I was just based on my impression, but 7 BBs and 200k hands is a really good sample. It shows if you're winning on 200k hands, you're definitely winning player. There's no way around it. Yep. And 7 BBs is really nice result. So you should be. I mean, what you did, Rod, you said you're not happy with it. You should be happy with it because not a lot of people make that possible. So definitely you should be happy with it. You shouldn't be happy with, for example, with your game. I'm not happy with my game. I want to improve, but yeah, with your win rate, you should be happy because it's not that easy to get there. Really fast call, really good board for us. We have ace jack off, we have ace queen off, king queen off, kings, queens, jacks, and he's shoving all of these hands, jacks and queens for sure. We're gonna go like 9.3, 20% is good for here, and 2/3 on the river there. He's still calling the turn, the flop. I feel based on my he didn't fall to a flop ever. I'm just gonna go 1/4 on the turn. I can still bet king queen, queen 10, and my jacks and queens, aces really prefer this size. So yep, and I'm attacking here. He's gonna be need to fold nines, eights, and tens. He's blocking the bluffs actually. My ace 10 off hands, so he should be folding those one. And even hand like a jack X is in trouble now because my range is actually really strong. Mm, I had this is my win rate. Now it's on NL200 it's 8.8 currently, so I'll just be showing you. But I also played Zoom Challenge and I had on NL100 and it's actually a little fucking up my win rate, but yeah, this is my graph and poker strategy. I'm gonna be checking back. It's 8.51, but it's actually because that I had that this challenge that is actually fucking me up my previous hand from the if you watch only from here. I have also 10 like I had on 250k hands, so it's 8.5 now, which I think it's okay. I did go to some, if you see this type of, there is a little down here, you see, where I actually ran, and even here I ran uh, kings to aces in 3 months, 24 times kings versus aces, and I only had 2 times aces on kings, and actually I lost every single time. 24 out of 24 times I lost with kings versus aces, and I actually won just once with aces against kings out of my 2 times. So yeah, but generally, like, the graph is going out like this, and this was the beginning that I didn't even use the breakthrough because I imported all my hands from Hold'em Manager. This is, I didn't use my HUD, and it was pretty tough. I was basically I also played a challenge and I was like slightly winning. Uh, it was before 3 or 4 years, so yeah, almost 550k hands. So yeah, these are all the hands I ever played on stars, and the win rate is correct, 100%. And if you can check it out, check it on team stat name. Just use uh, just use the for the stakes, because actually, for example, if you go here, I actually I actually I actually have really good win rate on we're gonna go check raising here with tens. we're we're getting like value from 7x and 8s and 9s, really. I actually have also a big win rate on the Zoom NL200. So yeah, actually my NL200, what I played is close to 9, and my NL100 when played before, like, many years, it's a little lower. It's around 3 or 4. You see, it's NL100 is definitely this is like also NL200 fast. NL200. I also played a bit of 500. I also made a challenge for Poker Strategy where I'm actually playing NL10 and NL20, and on NL20 I did lost around 10 buy-ins. So yeah, when you mix it all together, it's 8.5, but actually it's better than that. Yep, I mean, that's like my style of play. I'm gonna be check calling this hand. I'm trying to just attack the ranges, attack the people ranges, and yeah. Uh, when we think about our range, what we want to do we want to block here with a hand like a Jack 10 or Jack Queen Jack? What are we going with our pocket fives, pocket sixes? I think we just want to be checking a lot and going with the check raise with our hands. So yeah. And yep, when you get little downswing, it fucks up little your win rate, but still, I think I'm on the iPoker. I have on the iPoker 10 BBs, and I feel like iPoker is better, slightly better pool than here. Yep, I would say slightly better pool. Slightly better pool. Yep, I would definitely say that. So on Oil 200 Zoom, I actually have 20 BBs for now, and these trackers are not following, I think, 200 and 500 Zoom at all. I don't think they can be tracked actually. So yep. Again, polarized 3-bet. Just let's try to get back into the range. Let's talk about a little bit about the range, about the spots. And Glorian, I hope we see you again on the streams. Nice to talk with you because I really like to talk about the players that I'm playing against, just to see their mindset, they're thinking about the game, thinking about poker, and it's always really good for me to know these informations. And I'm just gonna try to find this because always when the night is uh, really late, around let's say 4 a.m., when there's actually not that much of the action going on anymore, then I start to playing Zoom. Yeah, you just have to play the Zoom. Uh, just let me see. Um, I will give you the Discord. Discord. Gonna be calling there. Such awkward spot if he checks. I need to go then to know bet. Let's see his bet folder. We don't know. Okay, I'm gonna fold. Let's see. OBS. Okay. I'll give you the Discord. Okay. This is the Discord. Join in, man. Definitely join in. Join in. And all of you guys are welcome to join in. You are welcome to join in. And yep, we're gonna work on our game. We are all in the same boat. I want to improve. You want to improve. We all want to get better. So why won't we do that together? I mean, why not? We're gonna leave this table, and we have a nice table there. Let's go 1/3. Send it, no problems. Just send it, man. And somebody just quickly go into the table before of me. I was thinking about something and I lost the table. Okay. Let's see if the Super Sport has it until we are here. And Super Sport never disappoint you. We are in the Super Sport. Okay. Let's go into the Super Sport until we get the other table. We go like this. I'm gonna turn out this. Okay. So definitely send it, man. Post the hands on Discord. Talk about strategy. Help the people there. All the good stuff, guys. Because my number one priority now, this year, I said to myself, this year is the year. I got two little kids. One has 1 year, other has 4, and I didn't have much time uh, for anything. Basically, I didn't play live poker for 4 years. It was Corona and stuff. But this year is the year. I'm starting to play live. Also, I will go also play EPTs like I did before. It's time for me to to be the best that I can be, and I will try to learn every day, improve my game every day, and to make some really good results. Now I'm back to the iPoker. I will try to crush it. Uh, I will mainly play 400 there. There is no more scripts that are ruining the game. Yep, I will try to be best player I can be. So join with me. Let's work together. I will try to give always my opinion in everything. Yep, just work, 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 and make some real good results. In the Sunday, we're gonna win something. It's time. I played this Bounty Builder series. I didn't win shit. I lost like 90% of my all-ins, where I was like deep, deep favorite, bluffing the river here. And yep, it's time. It's definitely time. Let me see here. Actually, I'll put Super Sport on the side. I'll put it on the side. We're gonna go with the tribet. So definitely, I will try to improve as much as possible. And it's time to win something. I will also try to play a lot of live. I just love live poker. What do you think about it, guys? Live poker for me, like the live is so much more skill, so much more edge. Yeah, for me, like when you see a player, when you see him, when you play against him, like it's I just can't explain how good it is. And also, guys, the giveaway is still active, so ask questions. We're gonna share the winnings, and I think we have a winning session. If we're gonna share the winnings between two best comments, we are we're gonna also make these giveaways more often. So if I win, you win together with me. You motivate me uh, to win, so you can win also with me. Yep, definitely way to go. So, like I said, I'm gonna also do work in my Discord. We're gonna work together. So, Gloria, and you can be a part of it. I'm also inviting all of you. We're gonna work in PO. We're gonna work in GTO Trainer. We're gonna use Preflop Academy. Has nice software. We're gonna use Ruse, a poker bot that actually is crushing the game. So all of this stuff will be happening. I want to be best I can be. I want to learn, and I want to definitely be better than I am now. So yeah, it's really motivating me to work on my game. We get the aces. We get the aces, and I'm actually calling Jack 10. We are closing the action, which is nice. Folding the flop. We are floating King Queen, and yeah, you see now he's squeezing and bets range in bunch of spots, all 89%. And he now checks, and I have a hand actually that I'm gonna check behind there. This hand actually is not that bad as a stab. Uh, I would prefer to bluff with pocket fours, fives, and just bet shove them. But yeah, I will be give up in here because he's gonna be uh, his check fold is actually non-existing. His check fold is 5.3 in the 3-bet pots, and actually it's gonna be strong range, a lot stronger range than his c-bet range. So actually, I would rather float 10 jack to c-bet than to stab it against this guy. Okay, we just have to be overbetting there. 16.2. We're just gonna wrap a flush here. Not gonna wrap anything else except a flush. Let's see how much he defends after checking. After check turn in position, you see he defends really much, and he only overfolds to an overbet. So yeah, we're gonna just wrap two pair plus, mainly a flush, and we're just gonna put the 2x size there. We're gonna be snapped, but this way, and having this card is actually bad. Yep, he has perfect hand. Having this card is something that I don't like because Hands like nines and tens will be always folding, and you want him to have this. So I would rather bluff not having a nine of diamonds, having like nine of hearts, or actually don't even have the nine. Yep, but it's the way only way we can bluff is with an orbit there, and because his range uh, actually is decent on the turn, because after check check he doesn't fold. So when the hand is checked on the turn, he actually is always calling the river, or most of the time is calling the rivers to the like normal size and to block bet size. And actually, when you think about our range, we want to be blocking bet a lot. You see, we have hand like a Jack 9 that actually wants to be block betting. Hand like a Jack 10 wants to be block betting. Hand like a King 8 want to be block betting. And yeah, we are not block betting because it wouldn't be successful. And like Queen 9, I feel still we can we will have flush. We can overbet our flushes in this spot. So bluffing with Queen 9 is not terrible idea, but the problem is that this guy actually has decent check back range. I would say a lot stronger than average check back range, and that's the problem when they're just not gonna be folding that much on the river. But what we can do, we have the queen high, and our range is full of weak hands, and our queen nine doesn't want to be in a block bet range. I feel checking there. We're gonna check back here. It should be betted with basically range on the flop, so I don't know what he's actually doing. Uh, I'll be checking behind still. We still have some king x actually hands, king 10. Yep, I'm gonna bet. Actually, I will bet. I was just thinking what I want to rep on the river. Do I want to rep? How can I bet on the river with if I rep like pocket sixes, pocket fours? Only if that if the river is pocket 4, 6, 7, then I go with an orbit. And actually, I have a decent amount on king x that's checking back. Then better for me is to just rep this king on the turn. Uh, we have a clear fold. Interesting size, interesting size. And I think by doing this size, we can actually just call our straights, nothing else. We don't have ace queen, so we can actually just call our straights and we will be fine. Uh, Size that would put us in trouble would be a lot lesser size. So I don't think that that's the good size in this spot. I'm I'm sorry that Anarchy isn't with us on the tables. Anarchy also uses Breakthrough HUD, and he's a really good player. And it would be interesting to see what type of dynamics would me and him have. And he will be also joining the stream in future, so we will hear from us also. Maybe we can make a stream with Glorian also. He's playing, he has 7 BBs on 200k hands, so he is crushing the game. So maybe to make a double stream, I invite you, Glorian. If you are interested in something like that, also say it can be fun. It's always when it's double stream, it's always more fun because you hear different perspective, and also the guys that are watching can get the perspective from the other guy. Definitely something that I'm also open to it. Let's see what happened there. I really want to know. King Queen. The guy is really tight. And now I think calling when you have this guy on the big blind has merits. Uh, Again, not the best boards. We have fives and sixes, and actually, when we were bluffing with deuces, you want to have club before if you hit your deuce that it's actually not bring out the flush there, so your deuce is clean outs then. And by this way, actually, not that great. Uh, I'll be actually betting it for value protection against his double checking range. Let's say see his double check range. Check, 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 fold only 33%. Check, 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 call. So still has a lot of middle pair hands. So he's gonna have 7s, 8s, and 9s. He's not gonna bet. But yeah, we can still get value from the overcards, and I think it's okay. Okay, we can get still value from the other cards, and yeah, we can actually fold to raise. We are shoving on the super sport. We'll see if it will go okay, and it will not go okay, because these guys suddenly check behind the ace queen in a 3-bet pot on the turn. So let's see the hand again. Actually, I think we have just the must. On this brick, we'll actually, our c-bet frequency is around 30%, so we're gonna do a bunch of checking his strong hands, and when he check behinds, but these guys, like, they are checking the ace queen against me. Becomes perfect for them, it seems. We are having a 10 high, jack high, apologize. Jack high, going to showdown with jack high in the line where the weaker player check behind. I don't think it's that great. I don't think it's actually that great. And bunch of pocket pairs. So if he called me there with pocket sevens, then I would say okay, my play was bad, but yeah. Actually here I don't see. Then it would be even, Glorian says we have a very similar graph. Then it would be like really interesting double stream, if it's that case. But yes, I see by your aggression on the river that you're aggressive on the river, so you just have to be red liner in that spot. But actually, I didn't know if you're good or not, because you can be aggressive and bad. That's possible. I'm too shy to streaming. I don't think you to stream you like you have to be unshy. I mean, but yeah, think about it in future, or at least at Discord we can do some work. Now on Discord we actually have a bunch of crushers, and that's I'm really proud of that. We have one of the best Croatian players. One of the best Croatian players are there, and also one of the best Croatian tournament poker player, uh, and also one of the best tournament players in Europe. Boro Kuzmanovic is also with us. Uh, we have also the guys that are playing NL 200, 500 to through NL 1K a lot. And there's a mix of the beginning guys that start using the breakthrough program, that are playing low stakes, that are trying to get up, trying to learn things. So you have mix of everything, and everybody matters to me, because I also learn when we talk about strategy a lot. The question that these guys ask, uh, a bunch of times they're just like, I just go puff. Really interesting questions, and make me a lot of time just thinking like, wow, really, really interesting point of view. So definitely everybody matters. And yep, I just want to have a bunch of really good players. Uh, and also, I'm working on poker strategy as a coach, and there, uh, I want to help the poker strategy community, full of great guys. I want to help them, uh, and basically that's why we are working on that. Uh, Crush limit by limit video series, and we're gonna do a bunch of things like that, like League Doctor, where we're gonna fix leaks from players. A bunch of interesting stuff. A lot of Queen X should be bet the flop. I don't see like even like Ace Queen is betting the flop with some percentage. So let me see his delay betting, delay range. I want to see. He c bets everything. I mean, I would just be calling there. He c bets 83%. He will not gonna not c bet hand like a hand like Queen Jack or King Queen. So if he has the Ace Queen, and he's gonna definitely c bet spades. So I think calling there is definitely way to go. Here actually I'm just gonna be betting the turn. Let's see in the small blind versus big blind pop up. He flows the flop a lot. I'm gonna be betting turn. We're gonna be bluffed with our Jack 9. We're turning. I think blocking nines is good. We are block also ace 9 suited and queen 9 suited, so I think it's nice. And we also block the ace jack, which can call turn and call shove on the river. So yeah, I really like the play. We're gonna force him out of a lot of hands, and on the river, I think we just have to be jamming the river. Actually, there's just no way we don't jam this. I river is a brick and that's not great, but yeah, I'm still gonna have nines, queens, ace nine, ace queen. We're just gonna be shoving. I'm just gonna think, and then jam the river because ace ten is not that great of the call, and we block ace jack. So yep, I'm just gonna be jamming it. Ace queen is a snap. If he has that, ace queen should be four betting a lot. So yeah, and there's like no way I'm just gonna give up with jack nine there. There's no possible way to do it. Yeah, we just now we're floating jack 10 suited here. Nice size on the turn. We just have to defend by calling because even ace queen, I would be mainly calling. I don't think he's betting king queen on the turn, which we can fold out on the river. So yep, I'm just gonna be checking behind. We can still win against his busted diamonds, and yep, I'm basically wrapping ace queen and ace jack on the river, and he's not gonna fold ace king. And I think against me he will fold ace 5 also, so okay, checks. Nice size on the turn. I like the size on the turn. I like the size on the turn. I really like the size on the turn. This is also not the best spot. We are against 7% range, 8. That's like 9 plus, and we just can't. We just actually can't check raise the flop very often based on our range. So yep, what we can do there, we're gonna check all our eights most of the time. We're gonna check all our eights most of the time. Block betting the river. I don't think this guy will ever be, and check raising there. Block betting the river. I think this guy is a weaker reg and not aggressive on river. So yeah, just gonna block bet fold the river there. Let me see a fold on the river against this guy. After calling turn, let's see. After calling turn, yep, he actually folds. So let's again we will be jamming. It's problematic, and we again snap. Fuck, really again snapped on the river. Yep, I we just have to bet. I mean, like I just have to I just have to be check raise there. I mean, better to get the flush and bluff on those run out, but the guy's really folding a lot on the rivers. Uh, yeah, I just had to do it. The guys are just over folding to it, so yeah. He's gonna bet here like ace jack, ace king. He's gonna c bet ace 8 and ace queen. He did trap now, but yep, still I still like the play. Generally, I mean it's better when the actually hand goes like five of, let's say, five of clubs. It's gonna work better, but still I think here we can get folds what we want. We're not gonna fold queens, but queens also should be betting this flop. We're not gonna fold a hand like like slow play aces or queens, but yeah, we want to fold out the hands like an ace jack or hand like an ace king, if that's possible. Okay, we get called. It's okay. When they have this type of hand, it's okay. We're gonna call because of the big blind. And here we're just gonna bet with against weaker player. I'm just gonna bet like this. Okay. Uh, I agree with the Jack ten of with the Jack ten of diamonds. I think you played it okay. I'm gonna call there. Uh, Brené said, I mean, there's a lot of more of a6 of hands with ace of spade and ace of spade hands. And now I'm just confused because I'm not sure which hands now we are talking about. So you would need to, because of the delay of the stream, not sure. Let's see, delay battery. This guy is also like delay battery. He has some bluffs, but yep. Mm, I'm gonna fold jack, blocking like queen jack, jack ten, and bluffs. I think it's fine just fine to fold. 6-8 of clubs is going to sleep. Man, thank you. Hope to see you again. I will try to do it often. I will also let you know on the PokerStars or my Discord where the next stream is. So who isn't, go to my Discord, go to the Poker Strategy, my blog. There will be all informations in future, but it's better to be in the Discord. Okay, let's see here. Actually, I'm gonna go like this, folding there, checking here. Uh, Brainase, I didn't even read Brainase, so yep. And again, the guy is checking the flop is bet range, small blind versus big blind. The guy is checking. Just don't understand this type of plays. I mean, they always have a hand, but I mean, just don't understand that. Yep. The guy is winning reg and he's doing stuff like that. Insane. I mark him because of the tournament. Yep. Situation on the river. Okay, we are shoving on the super sport. We get the all in there at least. So Brene's situation on the river where there are three spades on the board. Why is having the ace of spades good bluff catcher? Altaf it blocks opponent's bluffing range. Uh, I'm, I realize that it also block his value betting range. Usually, when you're blocking the most of the value betting range, it's much more important than these like spots where you actually block the bluffs. So yeah, it's always much more important to block value in these spots because when like in a situation where it's all in on the rivers, then it's matter the most. Really big deal in this type of spots. Okay, nines. Actually, we need to fold it against an unknown player that we actually don't know anything about. So three. The gacho is here that I told you that is actually a real good player. So nice. Couple of bluffs that we did go. We had the good spots, I would say, but it didn't go that good. Checking back 6 7 9. I'm gonna fold the turn. We're gonna fold King Jack. We gonna go with an ace king here as a tribet. This guy is also tribeting uh, not that much. Let's see if he's actually calling four bets. He only called four bet in position. So I would say again we will go 20%, 7.5. Let's see how he behaves in 4-bet pots. Out of position, we don't have. Basically, this is his first call, and he used the right sizes here. We are calling a check raise. He should be actually check raising queen jack, king jack, pocket queens always, hands like a king queen of hearts, which we actually block. Yeah, we are calling the turn. And I'll fall to shove on the river when this guy shoves. Yeah, I think it's clear call on the flop and on the turn. We are still about his bluffs. He can have also hand like a queen 10 of clubs or king 10 or king queen, but this guy will not gonna be bluffing it, so yep. Actually, he will not be bluffing it, so yep. It's a clear call. It's hard to just because the guy didn't ever call a 4-bet out of position. This is his first time, so generally I'm just thinking uh, he called a call 4-bet, which is actually even. Let's see. Call 4-bet as a 3-better. He actually did call this spot. Pocket nines, okay. So I would say his range will look like nines, tens, jacks, queens, maybe some slow played aces, but I don't think this guy would do it. And he's gonna check raise. He can turn also pair into like a nines and tens with a club into occasional check raise, but generally what's overused is hands like a queen jack and a king jack as a check raises. Especially hand like a queen jack because then you are unblocking the ace king, which is like always betting the flop. And yep, when he's calling, he's actually continuing quite much with this type of hands. And he doesn't have ace queen off for sure in the range. Ace queen with like a club, ace and queen of clubs. If he's having offsuited hands, can be check raised and bet as a bluff because your main check raise for value is pocket queens in these positions, and pocket queens when you check raise them, ace queen then works also as an unblocker and blocker to that spot. So that's why the solver uses SOAs if he's having the ace queen, which I don't think he's ever having. Then it would be turning into bluff. So solver would then just check raise like ace queen suited. Yep. Yes, I agree. Gacho is good, but this guy he plays tournament, and I also when I play tournaments, I just label them based on the Sharscope Desktop. If Sharscope says he has ability 90 plus, then I'm just marking his as the purple guy. So yeah, I mark him as a purple guy, but in cash he's like I would say, I mean you see like he's not check raising ace queen there, which I think okay, it's against me, but check ace queen is actually 4-bet 50% of time small blind versus big blind. You're 4-betting the ace queen off, and I feel that this guy is only calling it because his 4-bet range, from what I noticed, he's like non-existing 4-bet range, and yeah. And actually, then our Jack 9 has a lot of sense to be bet shout. You block Ace Jack, uh, board blocks Ace Queen, pre-flop blocks Ace Queen because it should be half formatted, and Ace 10 is a really bad call. And this guy would never call a river like shove without the two pairs, so he's like 28-62. The guy would never call a shove without the two pair, and he has the ace. Even Ace Jack he would never be calling for sure, 100%. I guarantee. But yep, they trapped us, which I mean I feel okay when I see the hands that called us. I'm not worried. Yep, if you're gonna check pocket queens on the flop in position against me to induce a bluff from me, okay, do it. We still had really a lot equity to fuck him up. on the rivers because I would be jamming the rivers. Really nice spot when we hit this turn paired, turn to pair. This guy doesn't think about the range at all. He just or bets with fold equity or uh, I'm still betting the river there always against him. You see, he's using King 10 as an overbet there, which it's not that bad actually, but he doesn't think that much of the range. He just plays mostly by the hand. So yeah, I just have to say he's not that good. King 5 6, big blind versus cutoff. We're gonna one third it. And this guy folds really bunch on the flop. We just fucked a little bit of the session in these last few hands. We are up on the super sport around 200, 250 actually. So we're up 250, but we are actually now I think now we are just actually losing a little bit. Yeah, we are now just losing. Yeah, we were winning and now we're slightly losing the session. We're still gonna play. We're still gonna to try to get it to make a winning session. But these last two bluffs little fucked things up. But I still feel that it was in the really good spots. Yeah, we just run into it. I mean, this ace queen is like annoying hand. This queens I understand, which is okay, but this like ace queen is fucking disgusting hand. This guy not check raising nothing. He's just happy he knows that I'm gonna just bet shove. But yep, I'm against this type of player. I'll just bet shove everything because this guy will call river with two pair and that's it. Yeah. Especially deep against me. So yep. Uh, Again, spot where we are against jacks, jack 10, ace 10, pocket nines, and we are losing. And turning like threes and fours into bluff fives would be too much. And we need to think what we are repping actually. We have queen 10, king 10 in the range. Now he actually reps with this size doesn't have any sense. You're never betting in position a block bet size because you can just go to showdown with your hand, so actually doesn't have any sense. He probably now really bets the hand like a queen X that's like a queen jack, but that actually needs to go to the bigger size. So the guy is just not. The purpose of block betting is actually to go cheaply to showdown with your hands in a spot where you get value from worst hands, or in the spot where you have actually a good hand but the runout is really bad for your range, and this in position doesn't have any sense. uh, I'm just gonna be betting this guy falls to double barrel 58%. I'm not just gonna use an overbet size against this type of player. We're just gonna bet just gonna fold out the pocket pairs now against this guy. So yep, we want to be folding out the pocket pairs and that's it. I'm checking the river with ace queen. When he calls turn, I would say mostly a king X hand, ace of diamond hand, or the float hand like an ace jack. So I would put him like this. So king X and yeah, our ace queen is not gonna bluff against this type of the range. Let's go into the range now. I'm gonna go deeply than ever because now I'm really motivated. Uh, I want to crush this ship, the flip guy. I really want to crush the guy because and he leaves immediately when I said it. Okay, ace four is a clear call. We're gonna three bet the nomads here. Check folding the flop 369. Small numbers is cutoff. A lot of checking. 785. We're gonna do bunch of checking. Actually, I'm gonna check call against him, and I'm gonna check shove turn. Usually I would slow play, But against him, there is no point of slow playing because he's not gonna bluffs. He's gonna bet turn and shut down on the most of rivers. We're just gonna be checking. We have ace king, ace queen, play like this. We're just gonna check them. When he bets, we're gonna jam. He's gonna value bet the pair always. So yeah, he gave up with the bluff like we expected. The check raise of the flop would work better, but yeah, I just wanted to do it to give him opportunity on turn, and he checks the turn back, unfortunately. 6-4 suited. We're gonna fold. To the big blind, I would be three betting it, but not 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 in this spot. If we don't have a winning session today, we're gonna have it tomorrow or day after tomorrow, and we're gonna make giveaways until we have it. So if I win, you're gonna win with me. Okay. Ace 3, 6, Jack 6 off. Okay, let's see. Ace 6 off, 6 Jack suited. All weird things that we're folding. Ace 6, we're gonna be opening small blind versus big blind. Queen 10 call, King 6 also call, King 6 also fold. 45% of range opening. We're gonna float Queen 10 frequently. Mm, Actually, we can call, we can just raise him also. We're gonna be calling and folding the river against him. Ace 4, we're gonna be fold, and this is the classic spot where a lot of checking on the river is gonna happening. Or a block bet. You're gonna block bet if you're sure your opponent will bluff catch with the ace x, and you are sure that most of his range is actually ace x. So it's depending on that. And also, if you think your opponent is capable of going to bluff raise often when it's that spot, and yeah, I don't think it's a great spot for bluff raising. Deuce 3-8 against 52% of range, so we can. Usually we on Deuce 3-8 I do a lot of checking because this is like 50% of range that he's gonna have. He has king queen, king 8, queen 8, and jack 8 off in the range, and now we can do like whatever we want. We can go with an overbet and turn the ace 5 into bluff. We can just go check. I think both situation is okay. Our hand still has showdown value, so yeah. Oh, we have the really nice spot for check raise the river. He called the king 7 also. A10 is a fold. Queen 10, okay. Uh, Maybe we can do a little bit of zooms until we find the new table. A little bit of zoom. You know what they say? A little bit of zoom never killed anybody. So yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of zoom. A little bit of zoom. Actually, I don't like zoom games. Just to be honest, I don't like zoom. I think it by playing zoom you lose one of the mostly skills of online poker, and that's reading through table dynamics, and there is no table dynamics on zoom going on. So yep, that's the reason why I personally don't like zoom. King queen 8, we're gonna fold. So until we get the new table, we're gonna be zooming it up, and we immediately get the new table. King 6, we're gonna be folding. Phoenix is the new table. Unfortunately, the Phoenix will be breaking soon, I feel, because the guys that are in will not gonna play against Rex, and yep, it's gonna be breaking pretty soon. I'll just leave it on the right side. If it's not break, we're gonna go in. If it breaks, we're gonna just stay on the zoom. Let's see our zoom quality. Or maybe it will stay. Let's see. It depends who enters it. Yep, it's gonna stay because the weaker player is in. So yep, we're gonna just then replace it. Replace it. King queen on other table. Long session today. Yep. When I play, I can play for hours, and especially when I'm in mood to play, and I'm really in a mood to play now. I really want to play against the other ship, the flip guy, when he had that ace queen, disgusting ace queen. And actually, the strategy. What the strategy says. Big blind versus small blind. On ace queen 9, you're folding all the under pairs to a c-bet. That means you're heavily overfolding to a c-bet, and that means you're heavily check raising the flop. You're using hand like a 9 jack, like a 9-10, like a queen 9 as a bluff raise. So you're gonna check raise like 20% there, and I would just check raise a lot of ace queen if I'm from what I have left, because you're gonna forfeit half of it. Yep, I would just check raise really a lot, because if you're just having a call range, you're actually not gonna meet the required minimum defense frequency. Soon as you're overfolding the flop, if there is no check raising to compensate that, you're overfolding. So that's the what the GTO says. But yes, but the guy just had the easy game. He's against us. We're just gonna bluff, bluff, shove, and he's just gonna call, call, call. With the two pair, he's gonna fold on the turn, like probably even like good ace x. And on the river, his range will be like some ace x, good ace x, like ace 10. That's gonna fall to a shove, and hand like that he had that's trapped us basically. Yeah, ace 8 is just gonna go to the showdown. 9 10, we're gonna be 3-bet bluffing. Let's see this guy what he generally does. 70% of the check raise. We're gonna checking back with the 7-8. We don't want to get check raised very often with our hand, especially against this type of guy. And step on the turn, he still has a lot of bluffs in it, even no equity bluffs. So our hand is a call. This jack actually is really bad card, because most of his bluffs are now there, and we're just gonna probably lose a hand from hand like a jack 9 or jack 10, which actually is bad, but our hand is not a bluff also. And suddenly he just calls kings. What is this? He called kings pre. Why not bet it the river with kings if you are already slow playing it? Yeah, he's probably mixing it up, but kings are too strong. Wants to get three bet, wants to get money, a lot of money pre. Wants to fold out the ace three off or whatever you have, whatever whatever hands the button will be opening always. Let's see. Maybe this guy will also play heads up. I'm not gonna leave until I see if he's gonna play. I like I'm in a game for heads up always. Gonna call pocket fives. If he checks, we're gonna be betting our fives as a bluff. Our fives, pocket threes, we're gonna bluff with those one, because if we're not bluffing our pocket pairs, we're not gonna bluff nearly enough. Pocket fives are fold on the turn always. And this turn is actually really connected with our range, so we have turning in pocket pairs, like even sixes can be turning into bluff there. And we have the heads up match, it seems, so let's go. Uppa. We're gonna call this. mm, this guy is actually tight. This is his first 3-bet or what he 3-bet with this or with any size. I'm gonna fold in because it was a multi-way pot and it was his generally first 3-bet. Queen 9 is a fold on the flop immediately. So let's go. We can even go 2.2 because this guy is under defending even against basic. We can even go to X just to make him actually defend hands. Look at how much he is defending big blind versus early position. It's 15% together. So yeah, I'm just gonna go 2x against this guy. I want him to call king deuce off, queen 3 off. All of these hands needs to be called on 2x. And yep. And we will go 11. We will go 11. We will go 2x here. Jack 3 4. Jack 3 is a fold. Unfortunately, nothing from our heads up. And now I was getting pumped. That's the worst thing. A little bit of zoom until we get the tables. Okay. And this is the perfect spot for double barreling. Yep. I think the guy, let's see what he did call. Yep, he did call basically with nuts, so stars doesn't mean anything. But he needs to fold the pairs there quite often, so really nice turn for our range because it's giving a lot of equity to our bluffs. We're actually hitting this jack also, and we are actually betting the hand like ace jack on the turn for value. Still, because our range now is tending to betting really a lot because we have high equity. A lot of our bluffs have open-ender or gut shot to nuts. We have all the over pairs that is quite important, and our range is structured that way that actually wants to just be betting there. So really nice spot, nice turn. We are betting polarized a lot here, a lot of 66 and 82% of size, around 60% of range is betting. So yeah, king 9 I'm going to put in the check. I'm going to put in the check some hand like I would put jacks and nines a lot of into checks. I would bet always with queens, kings, ace jack, king jack, check a bit with hand like a jack 9, just to have a big hand into check call range. Also we have also jacks and nines, so it's not necessary, but that's what I like to do, blocking both of the top pairs and middle pairs to be calling. We can go again checking. We can go with a bet. I'll go with a halfway delay c bet, which I think is the best. We are still gonna attack. We're still gonna be attacking with our bluffs that checked. Like we're gonna have hand here, for example, ace 5 of hearts. That's not gonna be c-betting the flop, or ace 7, and we're gonna bluff those. King 9 is actually now a check call on the river. So yep, it's not good enough for big block betting. So yep, let me just see what the guy had. They said, okay. Yep, guys, I'm in the mood, and we get the table immediately. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm in the mood to play. I can play all night. When I have this wheel and just that hand with the guy, like how it's called, flip a ship, or however nickname was, just made the fire in me. I just want to play, and I would play against him, just if that's possible. Because that ace queen hand is gross, because we had like a perfect hand to bet shove deep. Actually, really perfect hand. And if he called me with, let's say, ace 5 of clubs, yeah, then I would just say, well played, man. You you destroyed me in that hand. But when you have when you have the ace queen, what? I mean, I just can't say well played. But the problem is that he actually doesn't have that 4-bet range, so he doesn't 4-bet ace queen like he should be. But still, I mean, ace queen is only 9 combos if he's having all of them, so not a bunch of his range is ace queen. 9 combination out of he's calling around 15% tribet, that means around 200 combos, and on the river he can cut down to at least 40 to 50 combination that's gonna come to the river. So yep, we're still we're still gonna be against a bunch of ace x hands, and I'm really interested in how would he play those hands. Against this guy, he's stabbing everything. That's why I decided to check. I played with him yesterday, like a few hands, and he was like two out of two times he stabbed. So yep, I would be. We're gonna check, and we're gonna call the river against this guy. Not the greatest spot. He gave up with the bluff there with the nines, and this is not the great. We are against an unknown, and the size look really heavy, and he's gonna have bunch of the ace x hands. I'm just gonna fold king jack actually. I'm just gonna be folding it. Pocket queens, we're gonna be tributing. Against the weaker player, we're just going big size and that's it. Unfortunately, we ran into the ace king, which is the flip. We're gonna also mark him as a weaker player. If you want to call ace king against someone, you want to call against a guy that didn't tribet small blind versus earlier middle position once in 244 hands, and his tribet frequency is really low, and he's going to tribet like I don't know what here, probably around 3 to 4%. So I would say like tens plus ace king, some maybe ace queen suited, ace jack suited, and that's it. Our ace king is going to be floating as a flop always against that type of range on the flop. Still going to call, even if the range is that high. Yeah, his stats are really aggressive. You know why? Because basically we're calling a donk, uh, because he's probably gonna have hand like a pair, like sixes, sevens, or weak 10x. Most of the time when they're donking, they're having like that. So we want to hit our cards, jack, queen, king, ace, and just bluff him out or value bet him out of our hand. So clear float. You're gonna be always against like max. You're gonna be against 10x, which is fine. We have two overcards, and we can just rep any overcards. We can rep any ace, and he will have troubles continuing. Unfortunately, the turn is a brick, and yep, we can do nothing there. 7-10, we're gonna be folding. 7-10 suited. Actually, we're gonna be opening. This guy is also a weaker player. We're gonna mark him. Now when the weaker player is actually on the button, you don't want to be opening hands like this. I'm gonna call this player, folding to 3-bet. Ace 5, opening table number 2. Table number 3, we have a 2 pair on a board that we want to have some raises, but yeah, we want to mainly be calling also. But the guy is weaker player against the weaker player. We don't want We don't want to be balanced. We just want to be getting value immediately. So there is no need to be balancing it. We can play capped range, big blind versus small blind, and just put every top two pair in the raising, in the flop. Because if we are not raising, we're just missing so much value from the worst ace-x hands. And I'm just gonna be calling actually here because, uh, and I will be jamming the turn. Yeah, think that's the way to go. Because now, now actually it's way better. Because now when the flush is also here, he will have troubles falling the better ace like ace jack or ace 10 or ace queen or ace king. Much better in this spot than. We're gonna bet bigger size. We're gonna go two streets and short turn pretty often with our ace king. Folding, okay. Guys, are you alive? Is anybody here? We can still turn it around, guys. I'm never give upping. We can still turn it around. But there was really a lot of interesting hands, interesting concepts, and that's. I'm gonna also put the stream on the YouTube. I'm gonna put the stream on the YouTube because it was just many interesting hands. Okay, we run into something. That's not a big deal. We're gonna run into hands, but that is interesting. That's the reason why it's interesting. When you run into it, when you make mistakes, when you just mess some spots up. But I'm pretty happy actually from the way that we played. So I'm actually okay with it. Not mad on any hands that we bluffed. It's fine. Button versus early middle, it's around 10%, but actually against us is 7.7. Our hand is actually always calling, so there's no. From 2.5 to 7.5, we are always calling ace 4, ace 5 suited. We are calling some ace 3 suited. We are folding ace 6, ace 7, and ace 8. Actually, in these positions always. We are calling ace 10 suited always. We are mixing 4 bets with ace 10, ace jack suited, king jack, some king queen suited actually is 4 betting also. So we have bunch of hands, but pocket pairs, what is important from 2.5 to 7.5, all the pocket pairs are calling, all of them. And I call basically all my suited connectors, even the solver is folding like 50 to 60% of them. So he calls around 40% of 5 4 5 suited, 45% of 6 7 suited, but actually they are zero EV. So that means you're not gonna lose money on them in GTOA in the vacuum. You're not gonna lose money or win money when it's GTO strategy against GTO strategy. But actually, if you can overplay your opponent, you can make them plus EV, or if the opponents are better than you, they can become suddenly minus IV. That just depends on you, but general EV of them are zero, so we're not gonna lose money calling them in GTO vacuum. Glorian is here. Yes, Glorian is not leaving, not abandoning the ship that is leaking, that is sinking. Thanks, Glorian. Yep, I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna go 1/3, 1/4. We can actually go 1/4. We can go 1/4. We can go 1/4. Bet turn against this guy. This guy is really passive, but still he can call. He can still we still need protection with our jacks. I will check queens always, but with our jacks and with the passive guy, you just want to be betting the turn and checking basically the river. That's our strategy in this spot. I'm always best when the sessions are at the end. That's my time always. That's the time where I'm the most dangerous. because now suddenly I'm just so in the mood to be playing. Okay, Jack 6, Jack 8 suited. What we're gonna do? When small blind calls, I'm actually always, when somebody calls on a small blind, I'm acting like he called on the big blind when there is a recreational players involved, because recreationals will basically call a small blind like the regular caller big blind. So yes, I'll just act like the big blind called, and we're gonna bet, basically wager bet 1/3 most of our range. 5 is connected to his calls. We're gonna be give upping with the Jack 8. Nothing wrong about it. We're gonna have much better bluffs than this. This is basically worst we can have for bluffs, for bluffing it. Mm, we have really nice table, really nice table, and we will go into it. We will lose this one. This guy is also like passive and not full stack, and we have the where everybody is a full stack. So actually, it's great, and yeah, really, really good table. Really good table. The hood is back on, and we are back in the range. We are in the back in the range rover. Just range rover, ranging the people and trying to figure out what we can do with our range. How can we break their range? Is there a place to be doing something? At least we're gonna fold this. So the guy has 329 blinds. We're gonna be folding, folding there. Queen 7 also. Wow, we have the really nice hand to call for, but we don't know if the guy is. He had ace king till now, so yep, I'm gonna fold it until against the reg. I'm called for betting it. Against this type of guy, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Even like hand like this is not that great against this type of players to be three betting. We actually want ace 10 off, prefer than 4-5. 4-5 plays against the reg ranges, real nice. But against weaker player ranges, if they call ace 5 off and you 4-bet and you 3-bet 4-5 suited, why I'm saying 4-bet, when you 3-bet 4-5 suited, it's gonna be not that great. Yep. It's gonna be actually bad. If they're calling king 5 suited and you are 3-betting 4-5 suited, that's again not that great. King 5 is mixing some 3-bets. I usually go with king 6, king 7, king 8. King 5 I usually call, king 4, king 5. Um, a lot of 1/3 actually GTO is here. A lot of 1/3 and bigger size half pot. We're still folding to 1/3 king 5. We are folding to half pot always. Ace 6 2.2 fold. Ace 5 I would be calling on 2.2. Ace 5 we're gonna be opening. Jack 5 we're gonna be folding. uh, Not sure. We're betting the range on the flop. We're actually betting the turn against a weaker player. Passive. This is the aggression stats, and I'm just gonna check call the river. We can go with the block bet also, but yeah, actually, yep, it's a block bet spot. But when you block bet against weaker players, they can just uh, they just get annoyed with it and they just raise like something that completely doesn't have sense. But this guy is on the passive side, so against him the block bet is even better. You want to block bet. This is like classical spot for blocks, but yeah, it's better when you're against a reg because regs are predictable. You can know what they're gonna bluff, which what is the reaction to that block. But when you're against like a weaker player, they will just do a bunch of random stuff. Yep. So when I block against them, yep, I'm not gonna usually fall to a raise very often, because when you include that random factor, and they have the random factor like big time, random factor change everything. Suddenly the hands that are actually always a false can become always a call. So definitely something to always keep in mind. When is random factor in, all equation of uh, all of equation of bluff catching suddenly changes. So yep, random factor is really important. And the weaker players, fish players, whales has the random factor big. They're like the bomb that can explode anytime, and yeah, they can just blow up in the hand. They can raise like hand without any sense. They just feel that they want to raise it, and especially when they see that like block bet, they just say this guy is like getting on my nerves. Again, he's blocking. Uh, what that size means, it's gonna just. My experience is that it's gonna annoy them really a lot. That's why I want to do it a lot with value hands also. Nines are also called cutovers early. We are against 7%. That's nines plus. Okay, we see ace jack off, so that's nice. Just to keep in mind, and to keep in mind that our hand is always a fold on the 1/3 on the flop. You see, this is that spot where I talked when the ship the flip on where it was ace queen nine. Whenever you're over folding, we must compensate it by check raising. So here we actually will not call hand like a 10 jack or a king 10. We're actually going to check raise this type of hands. And this we're going to just be folding because against 7% of range, this hand is dead. It's dead like more than it can be. There is no worse hands in his range on that flop. In his 7% of range, ace jack got there, king queen goes there, ace queen, everything, overcards, and he has nines plus, so mm, nines are bottom of range. We're gonna fold. But important is to not call hands like gut shot plus pair, blockers plus pair, because you are overfolding the flop heavily. You have all the pocket pairs from deuces to nines, and that's like a bunch of range there. That's actually more than 50 combinations you're gonna fold on the flop immediately to 1/3. And just think about some suited aces that miss the flop, and yep, you're gonna be in trouble if you just call. Good players will just like easily play against you. They will just be like over aggressively on the turn and reverse against your range. So actually, yep, it's important to check raise bunch in these spots. I'm just gonna fold against this player. 25-3, three betting guys, giving us the good price, and I appreciate that. Price is fair and square, but 27-6, not full stack, not gonna see a call with my hand. Even my hand actually played decent against his range, but he's not a full stack, so I'm just gonna be folding it. Queen Jack suited is actually always folding to 4-bet because his 4-betting range is Ace Jack suited, Ace Queen off, and King Queen and King Jack suited a lot. So our hand is basically always a fold. We're gonna play two streets here. Uh, Bet flop big, shout turn. That's the strategy we are using when the short stackers are in. With our queens, with our kings, we're gonna use 1/4 with our aces, with our low jack X hand, with our tens, with a hand like a jack 10 suited or queen jack suited, uh, with nines and jacks, and yeah, just gonna shoving there. We're gonna shove king queen here, pretty nice shove, and we're gonna be good. Two sizes against shorties are what usually we want to be doing, just so we can throw out the check range. Because if you're only having this size, then you need to check some hands like tens, and I don't want to do it, or some low jack X hands. So it's better like this. better like this. Ace 4, trouble for us. We don't have anything. Our range not that great. This guy is. The problem is when weaker players they can just in position check a bunch of ace like trips. They're just doing that a lot. So yep. This guy also in multi-way he bets this big of the size. Something that shouldn't be happening a lot. It's happening. Ace 3 we're gonna be 3 betting. We're gonna be 3 betting. We're gonna be 3 betting ace 3 suited. Deuce jack suited is open, folding to a 3-bet. The guy didn't 3-bet ever, now he does. Pick up the hand probably, or pick up the bluffing hand and decides to bluff us. We don't know that, unfortunately. It would be cool that we know, but based on the 28 VPIP 20 PFR 18, based on that, looks like to me here I can actually be calling. We have a spewy reg on the big blind and passive reg on the small blind, so yeah, ace 3 is gonna be nice. Um, Actually, I'm just gonna be raising this hand. We're gonna be raising it. He should be checking a lot out of position on the jack 7-3 actually. He should be checking a bunch. When you think about our range, we're having sevens and threes always. We are raising them always, and we're having some like a 4-5 of spade, 5-6 spade that are also sometimes calling based on the on here. So actually, it's not that bad to bet on turn with our ace 3. King jack on table number 1. King jack suited and off suited is in his range and is mostly check calling. This guy is not check raising king jack on ace queen 6. So we don't have the range advantage. We don't have to have any turn size except the normal size of 2/3 and mixing in some checks, and I'm gonna check ace jack, which I think is fine because it's now from 3 street hand, from the potential 3 street hand, it's becoming then the exclusively 2 street hand, and we're gonna raise the river into the block. He's gonna have bunch of the weaker ace x hands. So yeah. Little spicy. Little spicy is getting a pot spicy, and we have decent hand to be called foring, and let's do it actually. 20.6, and actually let's do it. Here we actually gonna have a lot of betting. We're gonna fall to a shove, of course. Yep. This is actually good board for us. Really good because most of our bluffs actually has like hand like an ace queen off is mostly in that range, ace jack suited, and we're just gonna go like 20%, which is okay. You can go 10%, which is also GTO. And on the river, I think on the river here, just block bet on the river. We have bunch of these hands. We are blocking. We are blocking tens. We are not blocking jacks and queens. We are not blocking ace queen also. And our fold equity is going little worst. Uh, I would still bluff queen jack, not now king 10, because now our king doesn't mean shit except that we are blocking the king queen of spades and king jack of spade. King queen of spades is floating always, and probably king jack also. So yep, I'm just gonna give up now. When you think about our range, how it looks like, we're gonna have tens, jacks, queens, kings, aces, ace king, ace queen. With our kings, we're gonna do a block bet. He can have. We are blocking tens. Jacks. I mean, queens are gonna be calling. We're just gonna be give upping the river. Actually, I think jacks are always in his range. Actually, we block tens. Queens can bet turn actually for value and protection and check back the river. So I would say this jack is actually really good for him, and he will actually have a lot of jacks based on the removal effect. Yep, I'm just gonna be following this. And block bet on the river don't like because Jack is like really heavily favorizing him. And yeah, not just I mean on the turn with our king 10, I think with our blockers, I think it's clear give up. But we would bluff some queen jack. Definitely some good blockers with the queen jack. It's really good. But this hand is just actually just a give up. Uh, Ace 10 suited. We're against middle position against the cutoff. Guy, let's see what he did. Eights and tens, some 9 10 suited, so pretty standard it looks. Uh, Range bet because I don't think that he has pocket deuces ever. That's like significant now, and generally like Jack X boards lower are really high frequencies, so bet range on the flop seems really okay. And on the turn, we're gonna mix big size. We're gonna mix two thirds. We still want to bet hand like an ace jack queens, queen jack, all of these hands. So I'm gonna mix this and this, and I'm gonna just go two thirds. So we can bet queens, we can bet king queen, we can bet ace king, and we can bet it with bigger size also. It's not that problematic. So yeah, I really like this size. It's forcing him to fold out the hands like pocket five, even like hand like pocket sevens, eights are in trouble. They should be still continuing sometimes, but yeah, I still feel that this guy will not gonna continue that much. Let's see how much he folds on the turn. Yeah, this is like the worst that can happen, and actually we need to call this hand now because still he can. Yeah, but he's still this. He's also checking. Gonna call this, and let's see there. He's really unaggressive. That's the problem. We are still ahead some against some spade hands like an and some words. We just actually have to call it off. He can have worse draw there, so yeah. And he can also have like the backdoor spades. So yeah. And the problem is from what I saw, this guy is really tight, really tight. But he's not falling to c-bet that much, so he can also have floats with the spades, back with the backdoor spades. And based on my river, we actually have to check the river. Even this guy is really passive. Hmm. Let me see. Our range on the river just wants to be checking. Yep. Definitely strong river for him. Really bad river for us. We will rarely have 9x or a flush. Really rarely. And our range just had to be checking these straights. Also, even this guy is passive. He will not bluff enough. And exploitively, it's best just to be betting the river because he's gonna have also ace x there. Yeah, and you see what's happening when people are getting like this. Yep, it's really bad. I'm just gonna be shoving it. He has free showdown. Why we want to bet like this? I mean, just so stupid. You have this free showdown. Why you want to be betting like with the block size and get yourself into this spot? I mean, your hand is a clear check on the river. I can still have flushes. I can still have straights, and you're just going from this and then call a shove. So yeah. That's why you never block bet in position ever. Doesn't have sense. Block betting has completely different merits. So yeah, 8-9 we're gonna open and we're gonna act like we are against the big blind. On a 996, and the size will be 2/3. I'm gonna fold there. If you're betting that river, you want to be betting it with bigger size because your value bet range actually is straight and flush, and that size wants to bet bigger. You had a two pair, which is check on the river, and you just check it. You never go in 1/3 and try to get me thin value against me, because even when I'm bluffing, I'm just gonna be jamming over you. If I'm deciding to bluff this spot, then yep, if you're doing that to induce a induce a raise, and I still have a flush in range because I know the river is bad for my range, I'm gonna just check range on that river. Yep, it's gonna be really bad for you to be doing that. Ace 4, we're gonna be folding. Jack 3 suited, we're gonna be opening. Jack 3 suited, we're gonna be opening. In the future, I will also show you a lot of Super Sport Poker. A really interesting site. Players on the Super Sport are unique. There is no that type of players ever in any other sites from what I saw. So it's always really interesting to be playing against this type of players, because these type of players can put you in a 5 times tougher spots than regs can. Bigger size on the 588, it's paired, but low paired boards actually prefer to third size. Then the high card pair boards actually prefer one third. So yeah, this is classically 2/3 spot. Uh, this guy folds 64%, and when he check raises, he's gonna have like equity, high equity plus 8x hands. He should be having ace 8 off in the range also. Big blind versus cutoff. So that's the also thing we need to be worried about. We still need to be worried about. Yep, he's gonna also have the weaker. Um, yep, call. And here we're gonna go 2/3 against the weaker player immediately. I think he's now polarizing himself to a flush or a full house with his size on the turn. I don't think the 8x can bet that size. When you're thinking about the range, you need to bet 1/3 on this turn, so you can have only one size in all of your from all of your range. I'm actually only calling the river here. Uh, you want to go 1/3 on the turn, and then you can be polarized and jam also the river and bet normal size and mix it in. This way, I feel like he's only polarizing himself, not anymore to an 8x than actually to a flush or a full house. We are beating weaker flushes, so yeah, definitely we're gonna be doing it. And this is like, I feel like really bad play. This is like doesn't have any GTA sense, because Solar is actually playing this, uh, likes to prefer like to have one size there on the turn, and you just use 1/3 because you still have a lot of um, advantage in the trips region, and you still want to bet your trips for value. It's now hard to get value if you're using 2/3. You're hard to gonna get value. What I'm calling, I have like all over pairs. I have it with club, but yes, if that I have also over pairs without the club. So why would you put me that I can immediately fold these hands? I can now even fold out on like pocket tens with the club actually, or pocket nines. Why we want to do that? So we want to bet 1/3 with all of your range, and then polarize on yourself on the river with 8x, nuts hands, and like flushes and bluffs. Uh, to this size, it's actually a fold. This guy is just weak reg. I can just put it immediately from this play that I saw. I think he's a weaker player. We're gonna fold nines. Against this size, I'm not gonna have ever call range. 3x in position, I'm 3x out of position, 100 blinds deep. I'm just gonna shower fold, and that's it. And I'm gonna be good, and you're making me easy with my nines and tens there. And I can just shove a new queens plus, and you will actually be losing in that spot. King 8 to high. This our hand is mixing with one third and check. King 4 will be calling a step. Let's go into the big blind versus small blind pop up. This is his call range, 55% of hand, king 8 off. As you see, he has even 6 8 off in the range. Bet versus miss, C bet a lot, C trash, high draw, trash. So he has no equity there, that's also great. And yep, we're just gonna go with a big size. Like this. Block bet the river, we want to block bet 8x plus. We're gonna put jacks to protect all of these block bets. So definitely, yep. Interesting session, really interesting. A lot of really unique spots. Really unique spots. I'm still in my head. This ace queen hand is really bothering me from that flip the ship guy. I also timed on the river, set it perfect to shove, but it didn't go through. Sometimes it's like that. I think we are close to break even the session now, actually. And just based on your comments, I just couldn't see what was the best one. Yes. So if we have a winning session, I will give the percentage to two best comments. But actually, we didn't have that many that I'm thinking that that were really good. Actually, there is no like really good discussion. Basically we were just basically we're gonna check here a lot. So checking 6 7 is nice, and this guy is also stepping really a lot, 62%. But in 3-bet pot he's actually not that much. But still he has hands like king queen, pairs of bluffs, so yeah, we're gonna go check call. He's gonna step queen 10, queen jack, a lot of king queen, also a bunch. Uh, 3 max, even tens are always, and he should be betting the tens on the turn. Actually, I'm gonna go check call the river. Pocket force, okay. So, who didn't join the Discord, guys, please join the Discord. I will be in the Discord talking about everything, about the hands, and the giveaways are going through the Discord. Also, I'll making giveaways through the Discord. Yeah, we're gonna go with a check here on the 4 5 6. It's actually a big blind, I think, versus button. Actually, we can bet a lot. Our polarized range fits really nice here because we don't have a bunch of the overcards there. Actually, let me see here. This guy is. I made mistake. I thought it was small blind versus middle position, but actually it is. It's actually. It is actually a big blind, and our big blind has polarized range. We have hands like all the 4 5 5 6 6 7 suited, 7 8 suited, gappers. We have king 5 suited, king 6, king 7, jack 7, jack 8 suited, all these sort of hands. And actually our range wants to be betting really high here because yep, when you just think about it, yeah, and we're just gonna go block river. I think that's the best block river here. We can block river with hands like queens, kings. Yeah, I feel like block is the play to go. Queen Jack will be bet the turn. We are in the 3 max, which is different, guys, than a lot different than 6 max. And actually here, like, this type of hand is actually really really strong. But I did still fucked up the spot, guys. I have to be honest, I fucked the spot up because it's Ice King is actually bad there. We also have the nice suits, so yep, bad there. 20 22.9. The guy is using, I think, polar range, but like tighter variant of the polar range. I'm gonna fall there. Tighter variant of the polar range he's using because he should be around 20% and he's actually around against us only 15%. So he's lacking some hands. Does he lack hands like a Jack 7 off, like a 7 9 off, like a Jack 8 off? Because this type of hands are hands actually you are actually three betting from big blind versus small blind, like those bluffs or bluffs like a deuce 10 suited, 3-10 suited, jack deuce suited, jack 3 suited. A bunch of these type of hands are there actually. I'm raising there against this guy for value, obvious. He's stabbing 50%, he's donking basically on a flop. And we're gonna use this 1/3 protection slash value, delay bet. He still needs to call ace highs on the turn, and he still needs to be calling with pocket trees. And yeah, hand like an ace deuce suited. So and hands like actually uh, hands with a heart. So actually this is slash value slash protection delay bet with 1/3. Folding against Draco 17-13. So need to alert there. I'm gonna mark him as a nit. Yep. Think we are folding everything. Deuces. Really fun stream. I had really fun. Glorian, again, thank you for uh, saying hi, man. Uh, and I'm sorry I put it you as a weak reg. That was my impression, like I said. But when when we see that you're actually winning 7 BBs on a big sample, that's telling us that you are doing good. So yeah, you did get promoted to the to reg to winning reg. And on the table number 2, we're gonna do a little bit of tree betting. No, we're not. We wanted to, but somebody said nope. He folded. Queen 8 suited gonna be fold. Everything is fold there. Next month we will be transferred to iPoker, to the iPoker. We'll play there because the scripts are banned from iPoker finally, on at least on Red Star Poker. It will be banned in also other sites. Scripts were killing the game for me, and I actually just wanted to that iPoker just finally take something into the fight with that scripters, because these guys were just like awful. They just started to that scripts cost like really really a lot. Uh, and one script is like one limit and it's costing a bunch actually, and it's unfair advantage to it's really really unfair advantage. We're gonna go to from Roswitha, and here is our friend Anarchy with us. Yep. We are calling half of the time, three betting half of the time. We need to have ace jack and king queen, big blind versus button. We are polarized, but this hands has to be in the range. We want to have straights on the runouts. on the Broadway runouts, so yeah, there need to be in it. Sixes, we're not bluffing this ever, so yep. Actually, we're just gonna be hanging out in these tables. Um, King Queen suited is calling some portion of the time, but you want to see that the guy has Ace 10 off and Ace Jack off as a bluffs alongside with King 9 suited, Queen 9 suited, and Jack 9 suited. Because if not, then King Queen will be losing. Uh, 2/3 or 82% on this board with a Ace King. Yep. 5 hours, guys. 5 hours. 5 hours today. 5 hours of stream, many good hands, many interesting hands. Uh, let's see his squeeze. Yep, we're gonna call weaker player on the big blind. We're gonna play pot in position with pocket pair with two weaker players. Definitely good spot to be in. And this guy uses the size. We actually just have to play on. And his range will be strong, guys. Will be strong. We're gonna call 1/3. We're gonna stick on the turn also. Yeah, but his range is gonna be strong. I'm not sure if he's gonna bluff ace 10 suited, but he should be bluffing. He should be betting a bunch of ace king, bluffing all of king jack suited. I'm not sure if he's gonna do it. But we're gonna call the turn, and I'm gonna fold to this guy on the river. Aggression is 30. I don't think he's gonna even follow through. So yep, we're gonna be calling. And actually, this favorizing us. Actually, now we'll see if he did bet ace 10, ace jack, or ace king. Ace 10 is a clear bet. Ace jack not always, but ace king is pretty often. Now we're gonna see. Yep. Okay, he did having ace 10, which is not a squeeze, but yep. Okay. And he did bluff it on the turn, so maybe he's not that bad. We're definitely calling here and play a deep pot with these guys. So actually he played it decent. He played it decent, we just can't say anything else. Ace 10 is exactly in the line it should be. It's clear bet on the turn. Clear bet on the turn. Clear check on the river. The river is really bad for his range. Really bad for his range. He basically there's nothing else he can do except checking. Yep. Unfortunate river for us. It would be. I would like to see if he would bluff ace 10 or not. Basically, we couldn't see because if he did bet it, I would fold the river. Against this guy, this type of profile of the player, I would just be folding. Yep. So we just can't know, unfortunately. We can actually know if the guy would be just showed up with ace 10 on the showdown. You know, if he would check and we see ace 10, then we would know. But if he would bet, I would fold it. So yep, I wouldn't know. Which I think also it's fine. When we call twice, we look, I would say, decently strong there, and we're gonna have hands that actually can call the river against basically unknown player to me that has aggression about 30. I have no problem folding against him because actually he needs to follow up that ace 10 always. If he's just betting flop turn, not gonna make the job done. You know, we're gonna be raising immediately. And yep, unfortunately he doesn't have anything. Queen Jack opening. Jack 10 is gross, real gross, because guy is betting 80% and he's checking Ace Jack Queen where he has everything and we don't have shit. And delay size, delay CB 25% and overpair in it where he, I mean, just gonna fold and that's it. I'm gonna bet in the multi-way here. My main size in multi-way is this. Probably both of them are weaker players based on the nickname. When somebody has nickname I run so good and Caps look is on, I don't think he's a reg. And Drunk Monkey can be a reg, it's regish nickname, but he's not full stack, so potential two weaker players. Actually, we can have an overbet range here. Actually, I'm just thinking about what bluffs that I actually have that consist the queen. Queen nine is there. Yep. We don't actually have a queen, but we actually have some ace x hands that can actually bluff in this line. So we don't have a queen, but we have ace four of spades that we can overbet as a bluff. And we can still mix in some strong hands as a button. Actually, Solver is calling even some ace kings, a lot of ace queens. So yeah, strong hands are possible there. Stronger than the big blind range for sure. Our bet has sense then. We did our bet and we did unfortunately get the fold. It's good when you have ace 5 of spades, so we just can't. We don't. We just can't be hypocrites. Our ace 5 of spades will be happy, and our ace queen off will be a little bit disappointed. But yeah, the game is like that. Queen 9 check call most of the time. On the turn, it's interesting. It's interesting on the turn because when I think about my range now, we're gonna still have some flushes as a check calls. We're gonna have some flushes. A lot flushes is actually check calling, not check raising the flop. And on the river, what we are doing, I think we are betting this size. With our a block bet doesn't have much sense. Hence that I have like tens and jacks and queens. With a spade wants to bet bigger. We're gonna have some like really monster hands like ace king and king of spade wants to bet bigger, and I think queen 9 fits also great there. Smaller versus cutoff, we have a call. We have a call. Around 15% against us, 14% would be all the suited aces. We're calling the flop and folding the turn actually. We can fold our fours, we block actually ace 4 suited, so yeah, we can just fold it out. Until I know more about this player, he didn't raise. He just raised one time the river, and we actually bet big size. So yep, I could just easily fold to that bigger size. When we see, let me see in the pop-up what he did actually raised. So he did raised against this size. Let me see what was the context of the hand. So raise after he called, he raised the river, and he had a top full where when he checked behind the turn with. Okay. When we use the bigger size there, and actually we're gonna fold here to a short. When we actually bet big size there and we get raised, I mean if I block bet, I'm defending a lot. But when I use this big size and I have king of spade there, queen of spade, and a hand like an ace jack with jack of spade, then actually why in that line which is under bluffed against a bigger size against a player that has aggression about 31, I see that the best play is just to fold a river and to call with. I would probably call with a queen of spade plus always, because we are against unknown player. We just need to be defending at least like close to the GTO, and yeah, even it's under bluff spot. When you bet like that big of the size, you're saying actually you have a flush. Mm, we bet the river there. Think it's always a bet with our hand. So yeah, a little bit of zoom, and yeah, a little bit of zoom. I'm not sure if we are live actually. Don't know what's happening. We did get, and then I suddenly I try to refresh. I try to refresh everything, and suddenly I called forbet to this size. Now we are live. Okay, now we are live. Yeah, we just now have to be betting because the we played hand like complete trash. I wanted to actually. I wanted to refresh the Twitch because it didn't show anything, and yeah, we we fucked the hand up. We fucked it up, but okay, it happens. So 5 hour video, guys. What's going on there? Don't turn. What's going on? Actually, I'm gonna go with an orbit here. Actually, with our hand, I think it's also nice bluff. We're blocking a lot of value. We still want to be hitting the flush or a sneaky two pair. Yup, yup. A little bit of zoom together with this, and I will just also edit the stream info and say Kirkminster plus zoom 200, just so folding. Actually, I'm gonna be betting queen deuce, queen deuce 4. Adrian is from Croatia. My country. He plays with me on the Super Sport Poker, Croatian poker site. Also, we can check raise, we can check call. Both options seems fine. Yep, both options are fine. Both options are fine. If I check raise there, yep, I would be a lot of 1/3 on the turn. Now we have actually fold, and yeah, we have the short stacker there on this flop. On this, so I'm actually just not gonna play. The guy has only 20 blinds. He's a weaker player, but does it doesn't even matter that much. We're gonna do a little bit of zoom. A little bit of zoom. 5 hours stream and we're still alive, so fighting for everything. I always like to play until I feel I play good. So every time I feel good and play good, I play until it's like that. And I really feel good, guys. I feel great. Even the bluffs that gone wrong, I really like them generally. I like them. Check range in a multi-way pot in the 6, 8, 9. We're gonna start from that. We're gonna go 12. We're gonna go actually 13. Just gonna check. We're gonna check all our range. So on the turn, guys, we are uncapped. We have everything. We have all the sets. We are against two regs. So check range. It is when guy check behind. Usually they will not gonna have hand like a two pair plus ever. They can still have some, but this board actually favorizing their range quite often. So they would be stabbing. They should be stabbing all of their two pair plus hands always with mixing with bluffs and top pairs also. Our hand is a clear call. We are still way in front of his bluffs. Unfortunately, the wrong suit is there because he's gonna bluffs with heart a lot. But we are winning against 10 jack, queen 10, queen jack, all of these hands. So yep, we're just gonna be checking it. 4-7 suited is also a hand that should be bluffing every time basically. 7 high can't win actually ever. So yep. So usually when until I feel good, I play always, and I really feel good. 8-9 we're gonna be folding, and always my IP address always resets actually around this half 4 a.m. Now it's in my country almost 4 a.m. Anarchy, we're gonna tribute you with the jack 8 off because that's the tribute. And Anarchy is also playing Zoom. That's also strange. I didn't know that he plays Zoom actually. Our range is really strong. We have Ace Jack off plus, and yep, we're just gonna be betting 1/3. And he should be folding pocket pairs always, and he should be turning Jack X into bluff quite often. We're gonna be jamming pocket nines there to 4x. We are not gonna have ever call range of the 4x, and yep, we're just gonna be jamming it. A nice turn for our hand and for our range because most of his Jack X hands he should be actually check raising. Hands like Jack 10 suited and Queen Jack suited are check raise on the flop. So yeah, nice. And he's not going anyway with Ace X. He actually needs to call it down. Queen 10 can slow play. Queen 10 suited. And he lays it down. Well done, Anarchy. Well played. Well played. Let me see. It's the best cards in the decks are always the cards that don't hit your opponents ever and can hit your perceived bluffing range. So Jack is actually a perfect card for my range. And here we're gonna go with 5x squeeze. 5x. Mhm. To Jack we're gonna be play checking there. We need to bet big there on the Jack 9-3. Bet big or check. There is no 1/3 here ever. I'm gonna check because there's no a lot of Jack X hands actually in our range. So yep, checking the river. Uh, Actually against a weaker player, I feel that ace is better card for him than for us. Actually, and he's aggressive also, so we're gonna be checking it because weaker player will call a three bet with the ace 10 off, ace 8 off, ace 9 off. Actually, a lot. And yep, on the river, when we think what we need to do, his when showdown is low, just block it on the river actually. And weaker players just do a lot of crazy things against a block. They get annoyed with the block. Yep, they get annoyed with the block, and we're actually just calling it here. He basically reps now a two pair, so that can be 6-8 suited, 5-8 suited, king 8 suited. I don't think he's raising hand like an ace 10 the check behind, even it's possible. So we have the easy call there. He turned the 8 into bluff, which is perfect for us. So we get basically maximum value we could by block betting, because block betting is the nuts. Not like a nuts in poker regarding, but like nuts in life. They're just nuts. I'm gonna check call. So we open, he called, we can check call. Yep. Check call is okay. Yeah, but we're just gonna go with the block on the river. In the multi-way, we're gonna have here pocket tens. We're gonna pocket eights with a heart. So yeah, we're check calling here always. We're gonna donk some rivers like a king, like an ace, like a queen, because it's heavily favorizing us, and we're gonna just play it like that. And here, if he bets, we're gonna be jamming. We're gonna 4 bet here. And we're just jamming because he can have hand like an ace, ace deuce off. Still, so yeah. Let's see first his 3-bet deep. Actually, I'll be folding ace queen against this guy deep. Yeah, when you see a deep pop up and you see that he's 3-betting me 3%, yeah, we're gonna be folding ace queen. We're gonna be folding ace queen in these positions. Pocket trees is fold. Okay. We're gonna we found a new table which is a regular table, and we will just quit the zoom now. Yep, we'll just quit the zoom now. And it's also a good table, a really good one. Let's go. We have the weaker player on the big blind, we're gonna call. Usually I will 3-bet ace 8 almost all the time. It seems like chat, we are dying. It seems only 7 people, guys. Checking behind. We are seems give upping. Yep, we're gonna be folding there with ace 8. I will give the summary of the stream, guys, into the Discord. Yep, I will share the stream information, stream results, in our Discord. So who didn't go to the Discord, you can from today's giveaway and the future giveaways, everything will go to the Discord. So again, go to it. I'll give information about our sessions, how we went, a graph, and basically everything. So yep, go into it, and yep, I will also when I make a giveaway, I will tell you who is the winner of that giveaway. I'm not sure what the guy is rapping actually. I'm really not sure. I mean, what is check back betting now? I mean, it seems like he's value heavy in this spot, but based on the HUD after check tournament, but I would be just calling. I just don't see value hand that he did. I mean, he's rapping hand like a 10 jack and queen jack, and that's it. And yeah, he has 60% double barrel, and he's checking the straight. Doesn't have sense, but maybe he's doing it as an exploit. Not sure. Not sure, but yep, I'm gonna bet check bet call him because I don't see much value there. Based on the HUD stats, don't see much value. 3-8, ace king. And definitely I think it was interesting session. And we can talk about hands also after, maybe analyze some hands, maybe go into the pio. We're gonna go into the pio and analyze it. Jack 4-7, we're gonna do a lot of checking. Check calling. Mixing check raise with check calls there. I prefer king queen or queen 10 with the backdoor flush draw. Yeah, but I think following the turn is okay because his range. Let me see. I mean, he actually has. Let me see a step flop. Yeah, but I'm still calling against him. Ace 3, big blind versus cutoff. I'll be folding against this guy until I have a better understanding about him. Usually Ace 3 is mixing calls. We have aces. He didn't bluff 8-9 suited. Wow. You see guys, when you see something like this, he's not blocking the diamonds. Fives got there, which some of his bluffs got there, so yep. And if he's not bluffing this, he's not bluffing anything. He's basically he has unblockers. He doesn't block ace highs. He doesn't block diamonds. He actually blocks eights and nines that are pretty much the hands that are always gonna call the river. So yep, definitely you need to take when somebody's checking the nine high when he unblocks the folding range and basically unblocking the bluff, unblocking the diamonds that's gonna be actually folding the river quite much. This is interesting. His check raise is bluff heavy, guys. Look at this. Bluff heavy. We are jamming against him. Yep, his check raise is really bluff heavy. I wanted to call in the first, but uh, when I see like this, I just shove him. His check is like trash, draw, love pair, and now he had a set. But actually, one that is like one value hand after all of this, all of bluffs, and yeah, and he overbets the turn, which let me see, call for bet here. Uh, Gacho is good player. Yeah, but here he's like 0.48, 4.8%, and against the hero 3.5. I'm just gonna be folding. I'm still gonna be folding. Against this guy, I feel it's okay play. Really bluff heavy. Check raise range, check raise, and bet turn where is like 80%. Yeah, but I didn't see this. He's actually always bluffing with lower size. Yep, I didn't have the time because we were running out of it, and I didn't have the time to check out. I just saw that his check raise on the flop is really bluffy, and I didn't see that he's actually playing like a pussy on the turn with the orbit, with the set, and with the I mean, he's actually repping only deuces and five. He doesn't have a two pair in this. He's not calling queen five suited in these positions or queen deuce suited. So yep, he only reps deuces and fives with his six combination, and we saw that he's turning pairs into bluffs as a check raise. But we didn't see actually that his turn actually is that his turn uh, after he check raises the flop, his betting of the turn is actually bluffing bluffs with lower size, and he did now with an orbit. I didn't see it, but yeah. And also the important thing is when we actually should have called the aces there, not shoved, because aces basically don't need protection. I mean, we want him to hit the pair when he's bluffing. So yeah. So yep, I mean we should be calling even on the orbit. And the turn like his bluffs are hand like Jack 10 that check raise the flop like a King Jack, and he can have also a combo draw there. And I feel like this guy is, when somebody has 36 aggression, he's just not gonna bluff enough rivers. Let's see a river aggression 37. Let's see, does he ever bluff actually after betting the turn? He did bluff miss draw here, and it was against us, and that's it, one bluff, and it was only one bluff against us. So yeah, so only one bluff against us. So yeah, I would say that if he's not bluffing the river, our aces just lose appeal, and if he's bluff heavy, then it's better to just shove on these guys because their bluffs would be equity heavy, and then just put him in tougher spot by shoving than calling, because they will just bet river when they hit, and that's not the spot you want to be in. If they're just if they are just betting when they have it and check folding when they miss it, why then what's the point of your calling on the turn? That's a problem. Why are you calling the turn? You're giving free equity basically, and I felt that this guy is that type of player, and that's why I shout him when I see his check raise bluff heavy, real bluff heavy. It was like five from five hands. It was four bluffs, trash, gut shot, trash, low pair. So turning pair into bluff, which is okay, which you do a lot of times, but everything else, yeah. And generally against these type of players, why you I don't like to give them free equity basically. But if I saw that other hot stats that I didn't have time to see because we were running out of time, actually he did bluff bet as a bluff all his bluffs with one third size on the turn, and that's actually a big deal. Mixing a call and a three bet. Guys folding 86%. He's not gonna float here king jack or king queen. He's just gonna fold this type of hands. He's gonna call threes, fives, maybe even like all these pocket pairs, sixes, sevens. Oh, we're calling the turn. Not sure what the guy reps. Stabbing the turn, just checking the river. So he did floated and he folds 75% versus the bet, but he floats ace deuce 4 with the 6-7. You see, guys, why the hot stats are not reliable until you have at least like 5 to 10k hands, actually. Check, 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 bet. After check, after he's checking, he's value betting always. Yeah, I'm gonna fold it. We can bluff raise also, but the size we need to use would be practically really big. I would say like based on my range, we are wrapping a range that is trapping, so we are wrapping like a set. Most of the times, the sets can trap like deuces, like pocket fives that are expecting a delay bet. Yep. And then we need to go the size we want to use with deuces are like 10x, I would say. At least, maybe even shove with some hands. And I'd say like sixes are preferring a shove because you also have a straight that he doesn't have. So if I'm bluffing there, yep, I'm going really big, and it's just a matter what you want to rep, but you're actually repping really strong, and that's most of the time set plus. We're gonna go jack 8. It's a 3 max. Jack 8 off is opening now. Check with the 4 jack queen. We have 1/3, but a lot of 2/3 and 82% size on this board because the turn can frequently change the nuts, and that's why you mix 1/3 with also bigger sizes. Let's see his double after check. How much check check bet turn? 71%. A lot of stepping for protection. We're gonna put our hand into the check check call range, and now we're gonna just use a block with 1/3 on the river. I think we are block betting fives plus basically that can get value from king high, ace highs, and all of this stuff. What's going on here? What is going on here? I just don't know. Actually, I not know what's happening there. The guy shouted. He shouted with ace king. He shouted to just no call for, just shove. That's usually a hand that you want to see that people fold immediately at. People play like that ace king, which I'm not sure it's the way to go. If I only see that hard stat where I saw that he did 2 times with bluffs bet 1/3, I would probably even fold aces there. I would even probably fold aces because when you see like that, he's just not gonna use ever sub overbet sides with the bluffs. When he 2 times in a similar spot used with a flush draw 1/3, just I was in running out of time. Running out of time. It was only 3 seconds left. So really bad, really bad, really bad spot. 9-10 off. King 7 off, fold. 9-10 off. We're gonna open. 7-10 we're gonna fold. And I think, guys, we will also wrap it up fast. I mean 6 hours. 6 hours. 6 hours. 6 hours of action. It's hard to just talk 6 hours about like anything except just think how it is about actually hands and poker and strategy, so not easy. Jack to 310. I think we're gonna go 1/3. I think we want to bet every jack X, so one third to me has sense when the flush comes there. We want to bet for protection some pairs. So my range with one third looks fine. One third overbet seems both fine. Two thirds doesn't have sense for me. So one third has most sense based on all the range we have. Because basically we don't have the nuts ever. So pocket tens he actually has always. And he probably checks them on this board. Even this board is high frequency bet. So we don't have jacks, we don't have tens. So full house we basically don't ever have. And that's the reason why we just can't be using big sizes. So generally our size will be one third. We want to be betting hands like a jack X that we actually have. Our bluffs also wants to be betted like this. Okay, we will have some flushes that he probably won't be having. So that's the reason why we mix also some orbits with the hands like queen 9, let's say, with the queen of spades. So an orbit, when we use the orbit, it is a slight orbit, like I would go like 6 here and one third with this, and also mix in some hands like pocket trees in in 30%, and hand like we have jack 3 suited, so I will also put it a lot in one third. Um, you can mix in also some strong 3x hand like ace 3 suited, just to have also some strong, really strong hands that can take a hit from raising into the one third step out of position range. I think that's also like really important. And why is this so far away from everything? I just don't understand that. We need to, it has to be like this. Like this should be good. I think that's fine now. Yep, it's fine now. I think it's fine. 3 5 10 against this guy. I will be betting the hand I usually be checking the flop with. We're calling a check raise. 7%. We are calling the turn, but it's not looking that great because his bluffs are also, if he's having 6 7, his bluffs are also there. Do you want to turn now force into bluff? I don't think so, because I don't think he would actually bet hand like a 6 7 on the turn. So I would just be checking it. He has two pair that will not fold the river, so yeah. We still have a lot of equity to suck out in his two pairs. So yep, it was okay spot for calling the turn. Guys, I will wrap it up now. I will put the video on YouTube also, and on my Discord I will put the result of the session, how it went, so you also see that of our stream session. Yep, I really thank the guys that would with me all the night, and my opponents that said hello. I mean, it's always great. I'll go raise here immediately. We have so big range advantage, and betting the turn really big size. We're gonna play for stacks with aces, kings, with all of these hands. So yep, I'm just gonna bluff with this hand. The music has stopped, so everything has stopped. Thank you. I'm gonna be doing this more often. Hope to see a lot more of you with me, and we learn together, get better together, and crush together. Like that's the dream. See you soon. Bye.